Welcome everybody to this special meeting of the Glendale Arts and Culture Commission. We do roll call.
Commissioners Tufankian.
Here.
Commissioner Vidor.
Here.
Commissioner Zadorian. Commissioner Zadorian.
Here. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Vyar.
Here.
Chairperson Yank.
Here.
Agenda item 1A, report of the recorder, reposting of the agenda. The agenda for the January 28, 2022 special meeting of the Glendale Arts and Culture Commission was posted on January 25th, 2022 on the bulletin board outside of City Hall. Agenda item 2A, Citywide Public Art Landmarks RFQ, design concept proposals for Artsock Avenue overhead artwork and Artsock Avenue gateway artwork. This is Jennifer Fukutomi-Jones, Principal Arts and Culture Administrator, providing a brief overview of what has happened thus far with this process with our Citywide Art Public Art RFQ. In September of 2020, the Commission approved the recommendation to work with LaBasse Projects as an art consultant to work with the Commission to procure the management of up to 10 large iconic art pieces for the city. In approximately February of 2021, LaBasse Projects entered a professional services agreement and began working with staff in regards to an engagement plan for reaching out to artists who were interested in applying for these opportunities and also locating specific locations within the city for public art. In May of 2021, LaBasse Projects provided recommendations for locations of public art within the city, and 6 locations were chosen, which are described in the RFQ and in the agenda packet. In September of 2021, LaBasse Projects also began to release the RFQ and also received applications for this opportunity and met with an artist review and selection committee to review applications for these proposals. We are now in the process of specifically reviewing 2 opportunities under discussion today, which is the Artsock Avenue overhead artwork and the Artsock Avenue gateway artwork. And right now I'd like to introduce Bo Bass, the CEO of LaBasse Projects, to kind of kick us off for this presentation. Bo?
Hi, Commissioners. As we chatted about a little bit earlier, we're very excited. We went through the selection panel, went through a very extensive process. We had several hundred applicants for the 6 different opportunities posted. Today, we're looking at our finalists, but we narrowed down, I think, just under 100 applications for these 2 opportunities alone to 4 finalists for each opportunity. Each of these finalists has now spent some time preparing a site-specific concept for our review. I think we have some excellent artists and artist studios presenting to us, and I'm really looking forward to them sharing their concepts with you today.
Thank you, Bo. So for our first presentation, Commissioners, as you would refer to Exhibit A, our first presentation is going to be from Jenny Sabin's studio, and I'm going to invite Ms. Sabin to enter from the lobby for the presentation. Hi, Jenny, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Welcome. We're excited to have you here. So whenever you're ready, kick it off. And just as a heads up, I'm going to be the time manager today, and I'll let you know when you have a 2-minute warning out of your 10 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Is that showing full screen for everyone? Excellent. Well, it's my sincere pleasure to join you this afternoon. It's a real honor to have an opportunity to present to you. And also to go into detail on our proposal titled Agora Knit. And before I go into the specifics of the project, I'd like to provide some background information on myself and my practice. Our interest in designing a community-centered, vibrant, and innovative public artwork installation for the city of Glendale is inspired by unanimous goals. Our mission is to create locally driven, engaging, and transformative spaces together with diverse communities and the expressed intentions of the City of Glendale's Arts and Culture Commission to promote inventive, dynamic public art, celebrating the city's unique cultural and physical landscape. This includes embodying civic neighborhoods through an activated overhead canopy intervention with connected street furniture elements and programming for visitors and locals alike. Specializing in innovative design and fabrication, which looks to hyperlocal inspiration to generate spaces, we are uniquely qualified and invested in opportunities for varied, material, and community-oriented interventions. As an educator, researcher, and practitioner, as well as an artist and designer, I embrace active community-focused learning. Over the past 16 years, I have developed a new model for research and teaching across disciplinary boundaries. And at the core of my teaching and research and practice are shared goals of inclusivity, agility, and responsiveness. In turn, Jenny Sabin Studio interrogates the space between disciplines, exploring the intersections of architecture and science, and applying insights and theories from locally gathered data, biology, and mathematics to design, fabricate, and produce material structures and human-centered spatial interventions. Our work is highly varied, as you can see here, operating across multiple scales, including facades, installations, pavilions, canopies, and architecture. And we work in tandem with fabricators on the manufacture of every project. This is specifically relevant to the artworks proposed for the City of Glendale, since we are very skilled at working with a wide array of media at various scales in conjunction with stakeholders, engineers, and architects. For art in the public realm, we advocate for a bottom-up, localized approach, where wider experiences and diversity are key to not only promoting, but also physically generating public art. We firmly believe that collaboration fosters inclusivity and diversity, and work regularly with local communities, scientists, engineers, architects, designers, and artists. We are adept at collaborating with consultants and subcontractors with long-standing working relationships, such as structural engineers Arup and Clayton Binkley, SBP engineers, as well as Focus Lighting. Our portfolio includes clients such as Nike Inc., Microsoft, the New York Museum of Modern Art, Art Production Fund, Cooper Hewitt Design Museum, the American Philosophical Museum, Cornell University, the Exploratorium, and beyond. And now to my proposal. Our proposal, AgoraNet, is a responsive and sustainable civic environment that continually transforms through community engagement and participation. The name of the project speaks to its urban and material natures. Agora plus NIT co-generate a diverse central public place, literally meaning gathering through digital textile fabrication processes and the knitting of a collective, cohesive social fabric. As a responsive, community-focused urban intervention, AgoraNet will enrich the day-to-day experience of Glendale's diverse community, inspiring moments of pause through an engaging and welcoming environment, through its highly transformational nature. It will also become an alluring destination spot to the greater LA area for visitors and tourists alike. Our generative design approach will sensitively engage with these inputs, including incorporating color, high-tech responsive fibers, an optional misting system, and photoluminescent materials as a choreographed dance of color and light, constantly changing from day to night. The design strategy will provide shade, foster play and interaction, and promote performance, health, and well-being through soft, light-filled forms, responsive materials, and areas that are transformational, beautiful, inclusive, and connecting. With two stage options, a modular and movable larger stage, and a tower platform for smaller impromptu performances, AgoraNet will also serve as a new performance space connecting to Glendale's cultural infrastructure, such as the Alex Theater, ACE 121 Gallery, the Brand Library and Art Center, and the city's numerous multicultural organizations. And here you can see in plan a more informal performance taking advantage of the smaller stage at the tower, a busker performing. And here a more formal performance with the larger modular stage and the movable stool spools. AgoraNet incorporates all 5 of ACC's curatorial expectations through 1, direct physical engagement with the public by creating multiple visual angles and approaches, continuous activation and transformation day and night, the incorporation of cutting-edge technologies, high-tech, sustainable, and responsive materials, and highly creative mediums and computational design strategies. And finally, sustainable, robust, and durable materials and design strategies that will require minimal maintenance. Specifically, AgoraNet is a suspended responsive canopy structure composed of ePTFE digitally knit photoluminescent and high-tech fibers with a collection of occupiable elements and street furniture, including a steel and cable net tower that you can see here in the center and to the left, that will double as a primary structure to the canopy and programmed as a small stage for intimate performances, buskers, and circular public seating at the edge. There are also 12 suspended rope seats that hang from the canopy structure, offering playful and interactive options for individual and collective seating. A modular and movable larger stage for formal and organized performances, 100 individual spool stools providing both organized seating during performances and informal aggregations for the public to gather and interact, and 3 kiosks for varied programmed use and functions, and an optional integrated misting system to cool the local environment. The canopy is composed of hundreds of digitally knitted cones and cells fabricated from industrial and fire code grade PTFE yarn material, which are tensioned and assembled into the larger structure. An integrated outdoor grade lighting system will activate the space at night, allowing for a constant changing environment of color, light, reflection, and shadow. And now I'd like to shift to an animation.
2-minute warning.
Okay. With every project, we seek to inspire community, play, and wonder. We aim to create meaningful and immersive spaces at the forefront of design and collaborative thinking. AgoraNet for the city of Glendale will be an immersive, socially responsive urban intervention, living as an embodiment of inclusivity, honoring the city's vibrant fabric, and embracing local environments. And here in the animation, you can see a simulation of what it would be like to experience it from day to night with the photoluminescent fibers and ropes glowing in the evening and twilight hours. And then lastly, just to conclude, a timeline, just hitting some major benchmarks, starting with 4 months of design development, a series of reviews, moving into fabrication, and then finally a proposed installation and completion date of early December. We have a comprehensive materials list. I've talked about the details of each of the components, but I look forward to answering any questions that you may have about that. And then finally, a detailed budget by line item outlining materials, fabrication, consultants, and so on. So thank you so much for your attention and consideration. And we really sincerely look forward to the potential opportunity for collaborating with the City of Glendale, the Arts and Culture Commission, the Urban Art Fund, and importantly, local community stakeholders to develop an accessible, playful, unique, and above all, unifying artwork to bring residents together in the City of Glendale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny. Chairperson Yank, would you like to start with the questions?
Sure. Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciated that, and for the proposal that you have presented to us today. I just had a couple of questions that are mostly related to maintenance and misuse potential misuse of the structure, and just, how you might have thought about that. I love the idea of the movable street furniture and the kind of platform that's been created to have all kinds of different sorts of creative activations. But I'm wondering, um, you know, have you thought about in the materiality or how you're planning it, like the safety of that street furniture? Is it easy for somebody to just walk away with it? Is there going to be maintenance needs, for some of those heavily used parts of the sculpture? And then kind of related to that, safety concerns of like, are people going to try to climb the structure? Those are just a few of the things that came to mind. In an ideal world, I think it's fantastic, but just in terms of how our diverse populations might end up using this sculpture, I think I'm wondering, in the materiality or the way it's designed, have you thought about how that might work?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So, fortunately, I have had extensive experience working through a number of the important points that you brought up in terms of durability, maintenance, safety. So, for example, the actual fibers in the canopy, as well as the ropes that would be a part of the suspended seats that hang from the canopy structure, um, as I mentioned, will be composed of what's called a PTFE material, and basically any type of canvas material that you see outdoors in an environment such as Southern California is going to be made of this type of really durable material. I recently opened a permanent project, a canopy intervention. It's a public beach intervention in Abu Dhabi. So through that project, I spent a year working on research and design with Gore. You're probably familiar with Gore-Tex, where we innovated a new photoluminescent material to address those same issues that you're talking about. Extreme climate, lots of sun, and thinking through how these will be durable over time. So I feel very confident about that. And in terms of engineering and potentially people climbing the structure, these are certainly things that we've thought through in previous projects. I've worked with and collaborated with Clayton Binkley, who was with Arup Engineering for a number of years and now has his own practice addressing issues of live load, designing and engineering details that essentially curtail people climbing on this. So safety and how that is addressed is certainly a part of the design and engineering process. And then in terms of the flexible furniture, my thought is with the spool stools, it would be very easy to make them of a certain weight. So, someone carrying one of these off or them disappearing would be, I think, minimal, just in terms of, their presence on the site and the actual weight of the spool stool. And then the thought also is that they could be, if needed, they could go into a temporary storage space and then brought out for events. So that, I think, is something that could be further discussed as part of the programming.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other additional questions, Chairperson Yink?
I think I'm good for now.
Thank you. Vice Chair Byer?
My questions also pertain mostly to maintenance. You said this PTFE material, you said is a canvas type material. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, basically any outdoor canopy structure that you see is going to be made with this material. And what we've done is, rather than work with a sort of generic jersey weave that you see in a lot of canopy structures, we actually work directly with industry partners in knitting production, specifically Shimasiki. So we just bring in alternative textile-based patterning strategies. So it's the same type of material, but we've designed it, in a different way in terms of how it forms, these surface structures.
I see. It's sort of a hybrid. What do you foresee as maintenance? You said it's minimal maintenance, and so I was wondering if that's first of all, what kind of maintenance it requires, and then is that included in the budget? Um, did you allow for that when you were just figuring out the costs of it to the city?
Yeah, thank you, Jane, for your questions. I haven't included a line item for maintenance, but I can, that can certainly be included. For example, the canopy project that I mentioned that's in Abu Dhabi, they get a lot of sand that is just a part of their climate, and windstorms, and literally it just gets hosed down once a month. So because it's a synthetic fiber, unlike a natural like cotton or wool, that's perfectly fine. You just, any sort of low pressure system is all it would need occasionally.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Tufenkian?
Yeah. So I really like the playful hanging seats, and thank you, first of all, for your presentation. Are those seats swingable?
Yeah, the intention is that, as people start to sit in these hanging suspended seats, that the whole project would be activated by people's participation. So the proposal is that they would actually be able to gently swing back and forth, and therefore, with people collectively engaging with the canopy, they would feel and engage in this kind of correspondence and communication through the materials themselves.
Well, I really like the playfulness of it, and I think that's really fun. But I don't know about the safety of it, because I can totally see people coming in after hours or in the evening or when there aren't that many people, and swinging. Looks like it would swing pretty high.
Yeah, again, I think those considerations can be, a part of the design and engineering process to limit the amount of swing that is, in the actual suspended seat itself. And that can be adjusted through the density and weave of the ropes. So I think that could be limited.
Okay. Now, the ropes, in case they are, I don't know, damaged or something, how difficult is it to change one of the ropes out? I
Not
think over there's wear and tear, there might be some that need to be.
Yeah, not difficult at all. And I've worked with a fabricator. They're based in the Seattle area. They actually do a lot of production for the fishing and marine industry. And essentially, we fabricate all of the ropes to their proper lengths. So all of that is parameterized, and if there's a rope that would get damaged, then it would just be rebraided and then reinstalled.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And regarding the lighting, how would that be powered?
Just basic electricity. There's no major electrical load on that. The fixtures are outdoor grade PAR lights, and I've worked with these extensively and with my lighting designer, Focus Lighting. So it doesn't require anything out of just a normal electrical outlet. And the pictures can be daisy chained in terms of the power and data.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the stage, I think that's really exciting to have the stage in there. Okay. It looks like the little stools are also lit up. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the proposal is that they have a photoluminescent microcord, so they also would glow at night, especially there's that sort of sweet moment when the sun goes down, and throughout the day, those fibers have been collecting energy from the sun, and then the photons start to get agitated and release that energy as light.
All right. Thank you. That's
Thank
it for
you.
me.
Commissioner Vidor?
Thank you so much. Beautiful presentation, so well presented, and what a unique work of art for an outdoor space. I'll just comment that I do share the questions that were posed by the previous commissioners, and I just have a few more. You answered the electricity question. That was one of mine. I wasn't sure whether there was a coating or whether it was powered by actual electrification. I noticed on the rendering you had the home goods location, which is across from the parking lot, as the primary place where this installation has its center point. And, I wondered, ArtSoc is an interesting plaza, and that's kind of more the commercial utilitarian part of it, and the kind of spiritual and active center point in the street is more where the individual storefronts are, and that probably will be the case when the complete redevelopment is done. So I wondered, in addition to that choice of where that is located, if you could address that and also address whether the rendering you showed was scaled to actual ArtSoc scale. In other words, was that streetscape in the background size-wise and configuration-wise the actual ArtSoc plaza? So that we have, an idea of how big and how much it impinges on the frontages. So those two things.
Jenny, I'm just going to hop in really quick. This is Bo from the Bass Project. Commissioner Vidor, thank you. In terms of the placement, that location will be the same proposed location for all of the artists. That was part of the selected locations that we went through last year and as part of Studio 111's master plan. The intent there is that we're trying to activate this southern end of ArtSoc. So this was the proposed location when we put out the RFPs, and that was approved by commission last year.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers that question. The weave, the material itself is kind of an interwoven, it looks like a loose knit. And I assume that children and mischievous people could stick their fingers in and hang on it and swing from it and things like that. And I do anticipate that type of thing happening on ArtSoc Plaza. And so I do share some of the concerns about durability and resistance to abuse. So if you have any comment about the idea of people sticking their claws into the material and doing a little gymnastic work, how that would go.
Yeah, and they're all great questions. And just to address one of your previous questions in terms of scale, all of the renderings and the drawings are to scale, so it's accurate in terms of the
building size
that we received. So yeah, what you see is actual. And I mean, I have had extensive experience addressing the concerns and that have been raised by several of you, and have had the opportunity to really dial in how to engage that, both with much larger installations that were not permanent, such as Lumen for MoMA and MoMA PS1, but were up for over 5 months and frequented by, on Saturdays between 6,000 and 7,000 people. And, and that project held up incredibly well. And, those numbers are much more than we would see at any given moment here on the site in Glendale. But the ropes are, I think a similar example would be to think about an outdoor park or playground where there's equipment that's public and available for people to play on. And that's how we approach the design and engineering of the diagrid patterning that's on the stools and the tower and the suspended seats. And then the canopy, those cones and cells are digitally knit through a process that's called whole garment, which is really amazing because essentially it's 3D knitting. But that, the materials are super durable. They can take, people tugging on them and touching them and putting a hand through them and so on and so forth.
Thank you. So one of the things in Glendale that is, always a fascinating topic of discussion is color. And so I'm really interested because Glendale has been sort of thought of in the past as being a place that tends to, succumb to the muted idea that color isn't in the environment. And I wondered what the color scheme is going to be like in daylight, and then when you luminesce at night, what kind of colors do we envision here? I didn't get a feel for that from the video, what the actual colors will be and how vivid they will be.
Yeah, I can share my screen again real quick. So at night, the photoluminescent fibers within the canopy and also the ropes will glow. And just to clarify that it's the glowing is not internal to the fibers. That's not electrical. Essentially, they glow because of the presence of a UV source. And so during the day, that would be the sun. And into the evening hours, we would amplify that with a lighting system. And then during the day, just to go back to some of the previous, be quite different in terms of what you experience during the day. So the canopy structure itself would have a kind of luminous, porous, white, translucent quality to it. And then in the evening, you'd have, this sort of glowing, highly colorful transformation that's a part of the responsive fibers itself. We have in the past incorporated other types of colors. We could consider, I've worked with solar active fibers, and essentially what happens there is the knit and the fabric itself change color in the presence of the sun. So that's certainly something that we could integrate into this to have, a bigger gradient of color change.
Okay, thank you. Just one more little question. With regard to the furniture, I saw what looked like small tables and backless chairs. Are these meant to be utilitarian as well as decorative? I.e., do you envision people being able to get a cup of coffee and sit on them, or?
Oh yeah, completely. That, people would come and take their lunch, have a cup of coffee, have a conversation with someone. And as I showed, maybe it's easier to just speak to the drawings. But in the plans, so in this example, this would be a configuration for a more formal performance on the modular stage to the left here. So you can see the stools are arranged in a more formal grid condition,
Yeah.
whereas, during the week, at lunchtime, people may just be hanging out with their friends, having a coffee, etc.
So the same furniture would be reconfigured for a performance and then go back to being utilitarian daily use. Got it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience and for informing me further. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks for your great questions. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Zadorian?
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So I'm really happy all the commissioners and our chair and vice chair covered most of the questions of logistical. So my question is, I heard you, and in the proposal I saw a lot of references to diversity and inclusivity, but you didn't really explain what that was or what covers those bases. And I just wanted to, I guess, hear from your perspective, what part of the piece is inclusive and promoting diversity and part of the culture of the city of Glendale?
Yeah, thank you for your excellent question. So for me, the work addresses these important issues in the way that it operates as a collective space. You know, its materiality is not just about the responsiveness of the materials, but something that's co-produced between how people engage with them and in their own perception. And so the project itself succeeds and comes alive through the direct engagement of people and the diversity of your community. And so my hope is that, you know, through its multiple sort of scales and areas of occupation, that it draws people in as a space of gathering and engaging and communicating and meeting new people. And so, for example, the suspended seats, the intention is that, you know, one person is sitting in one of them and then they discover, oh, this person over here is suddenly, you know, swinging, but that's together we can you know, create this change within the canopy itself. And I've, in previous projects, such as Lumen, you know, I had people come to me during the project and after the project and say, you know, I visited during the week, would take my lunch, would come on the weekends for the you know, big events. Some people talked about how it made them feel calm. Others suggested, you know, they said, I wish this was in my child's playground. One person said, I wish this was in our, you know, local hospital. So there's something to the informal, flexible quality of both the materials, but also how they're fabricated and assembled and arranged, that allows people to engage in a more personalized way. And so for me, that's how we're addressing important topics of inclusivity and diversity, that it, you know, through the architecture itself and the way that it occupies the space, that it brings people together, you know, as a collective.
So thank you for the answer. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. I see what you're saying. However, what makes yours unique compared to the other pieces? Because a lot of them are interactive. Therefore, they would all be promoting diversity and inclusivity through your definition of that or answer to the question. So why would yours be specifically personalized to Glendale culture, and the people of Glendale? That's more of what I'm asking specifically. And in comparison to other pieces, because a lot of the pieces are interactive or could be interactive. So what is it about this specific piece that encompasses the city of Glendale and the vibrancy, the people, the diversity that we see on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, and thank you again for your questions. They're, I think, really, you know, important and key to how I and my team approached the brief. We spent a lot of time doing research on the city and your communities and the various organizations that are present. And, you know, in all of my projects, context and community are a huge part of how we approach setting up a series of generative, you know, design parameters and constraints. And so the site itself is a part of, you know, how it is structured, how it's integrated with the street. And so, you know, unique to this project, I think, is that it only succeeds through the community's involvement with it. And so the playfulness that you have talked about and kind of varied programs were really important to the project. I mean, we could have easily just designed an overhead canopy without including the flexible street furniture and the additional suspended rope seats, etc. But that, I think, would have defeated the whole intention, which is to engage the community and its urban environment in a unique way. So that's, you know, a key part of why it's a much more comprehensive proposal that occupies both the above ground, but also the street itself. and that was directly influenced by, considering the communities and the diversity of Glendale and the history there. That this literally would be about knitting a new type of, sort of destination spot, a place of gathering.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that's all the rounds of questions that we have. Jenny, do you have any questions for us?
I guess I had a question about the timeline in terms of, I know there was a suggested timeline, but I'm curious if that has changed at all.
As of right now, the timeline as it is, but of course, we would potentially update it if we were to have an updated construction timeline. But we'll make sure to let the artist know.
Right.
Well, thank you so much, Jenny. We really appreciate it. And I'm going to push you back to the lobby, but thank you for presenting today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's great to meet all of you, and thanks so much for your questions.
Okay, we are, just as a FYI, commissioners, we are 20 minutes behind schedule. So we are really hoping to be mindful of the artist's time. We have several artists that are, actually one artist that is coming from London and who is in the middle of the night who logged into the meeting. So we would appreciate if the questions can be reserved to 1 or 2 questions and being concise with the updated presentations. I'm going to bring in Ivan DePena, who is the next presenter that we have. Ivan, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Ivan.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, we are ready for you whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. I'll share my screen. Screen 2. Can you see the gray screen?
Yes, we can.
Title slide?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. Right, well, I wanted to start out by saying thank you for the opportunity to present the proposal and be a part of this exciting project. My name is Ivan DePena with DePena Studio. So I am a multidisciplinary artist with a background in architecture and design, both practicing in fine art and architecture. I wanted to run through a couple of quick projects that are related to my proposal just to show you some materiality. So I'll run through these a little bit quickly. However, you all have a copy if you need to refer to them in more detail afterwards. So this project I wanted to show, but all of these have sort of this discussion between materiality, the idea of suspension and looking up, sort of verticality. This piece is colored glass in North Carolina that has the dimensionality and layering that we'll talk about a little more. Another important aspect of my work is the constant sort of aesthetic evolution. It's basically I'm engaged with the way that materials and light interact with the surroundings and the site. So in all of my projects, I really want there to be this kind of evolution throughout the day, the week, the month, and the year, where the piece appears differently and it sort of evolves depending on both the vantage point and the sort of orientation of the site. I also want to introduce this idea of the studio. My studio has in-house fabrication capabilities where we can create large-scale projects ourselves. This is discussing the idea also of materiality, the lighting scheme, and also day and night orientations. This is a colored glass piece at the Nashville International Airport, BNA. And so this uses colored glass and yeah, again, this idea of the layering and discussing the materiality. This is a detail of that project. And this is a large scale light installation, so I also integrate light into my work on a frequent basis. This is at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. The building reacts, it's a basketball court. The building itself is mic'd and responsive to the activity indoors via audio. So if the crowd cheers, the building changes on the outside. It also has a sunset mode that interacts directly with the changing and the setting sun on a daily basis. This is a suspended piece at the Glazer Children's Museum in Tampa. Obviously dealing with this idea of looking up and working with a piece and that sort of scale and interaction with something that's suspended above. Another large scale vertical piece on the side of a facade. Also the exploration of both passive and interactive, active and passive interactivity. So in this case, I'm showing the evolution of the piece by walking around. This is in Denver, Colorado at a light rail station. All right, so I'm going to move on and discuss the proposal. So for this proposal, I wanted to address the design teams and commissioning agencies' goals by providing an energetic and engaging formally dynamic response to the RFP and the work in tandem with the strategic plan to establish the area as a destination for arts and culture. So I'm going to move on. This is currently untitled, but this is the first slide. So by utilizing the dynamic and undulating form, the studio intends to mimic both the geographical aspects of the area, so the nearby Verdugo Mountains and the hillsides, as well as the sinuous waveforms of the nearby ocean. So we believe the work will engage the pedestrians and participants in a very sensorial sort of fashion. So the dynamic suspended work, it has a complex form. So we believe that the sort of visually engaging and sort of activate the streetscape on a larger scale. So this shows the maintaining the sort of addressing the streetscape design as well as maintaining the safety height requirements. So also addressing the possibility of the installation to not only be suspended, but possibly interact a little bit with the parking lot facade as well. So we wanted to show in this slide sort of the sort of how visually engaging it could be from various directions. As you can see, the orientations are adjusted and sort of juxtaposed with one another to provide different kind of qualities of light depending on where you are. And I'll show you a little bit more, some close-ups of that as we walk through the slides. So this is also showing, that aspect of the work, embracing the streetscape, and as well as respecting the safety requirements that were provided. The overall piece is roughly 100 feet long by roughly 30 feet wide. So I wanted to show a close-up detail. So this installation will have a sort of an evolving personality depending on where you stand and as you interact or walk through the piece. So throughout the day and night as well, as it interacts with the sun angles and various pedestrian approaches. So this is a little bit of a detail and showing how the complexity of the forms that come together. So another view of this, the differing angles and what that actually looks like. So in certain times and certain locations, using this kind of louvered fin aesthetic, the piece kind of sort of shows and hides the surrounding site. So, there's a directly engaged and interactive kind of viewing standpoint that you can see through it at certain points, and it becomes opaque and translucent. So I think, our goal was to have this piece be as visually evolving as possible, as you kind of experience it and walk through. This other slide shows an aerial view of that sort of topic as well. So, the orientation and viewing angles will add more dynamic qualities to the work as you experience it. Wanted to talk about the possibility of varying color. The colors that are shown here are not set in stone. Obviously, the process will be iterative as we, if chosen, as we work through design development, we'll obviously go back and forth and have discussions on, what colors are appropriate and how we can work them in. to the overall design and the experience to provide this sense of engagement. And there's also, as we developed this process and this idea for the proposal, there was the element of what happens if it becomes just completely neutral and has a different personality during the day.
2-minute warning.
Okay. Different personality during the day as it does at night. So the consideration here would be that it could also be just pure light and shadow and monochromatic during the day. And then at night, we can light it with linear LED strips and have it be kind of this dynamic, motion-filled moment, but using really kind of slow and gradual animations that would not necessarily distract. I also wanted to introduce the idea of not only having it suspended, but also attaching it to the ground. We have two options to show that quality as well. So, this idea of having it be a tree-like structure is also a sort of variation on a theme here. And this is another view of that. And then a close-up view showing the reflectivity of the material and the color, kind of engaging all angles and scales. Some quick material aspects. This is aluminum composite material. And then we also explored the idea of using a translucent Coda exterior material. So in conclusion, our proposal intends to reflect the diversity of the community and the energy of the area by utilizing unique forms, exciting color, and overall, engineering and structure to provide these aspects. And I will conclude my presentation. Thank you. There are budget aspects that I have sent over if you all want to review them, budget and maintenance, but I think I'm out of time. So I'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Vice Chair Vier, do you have any questions?
I just want a clarification on the colors. So the materials are colored and that's open for selection.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
so you said during the day that as these materials interact with the sun, are you saying that were you referring to shadows, or were you referring to the actual that these colors will vary some with the sunshine on them?
Yeah, I really believe that depending on the solar angle and how the light hits the piece, there will definitely be some refraction that happens, and the colors should evolve, as the sun, sort of changes throughout the day, and we can design and work with that. As we talked about, this translucent material could be another option, so that the sun can actually go right through and cast, the refracted colors on the ground, but at the same time, we could rely solely on an opaque material to have that sort of same quality.
And then what happens at night?
There are two options that I wanted to discuss, and bringing it back to this slide. At night, we can have it be lit with linear LED strips inside, and I've broken the budgets out on the external PDF that I've sent over.
Okay.
Or we can just have it lit, as grazing units and just rely on the color that's inherent in the piece itself. So it could be either, sort of a really subtle dynamic light quality that happens at night, or it could actually just be, self-illuminating by having these grazing light fixtures on the other buildings.
I see. Oh, I see. Okay.
There are options there to discuss.
Thank you. And then did you is it your sense that if you use the sort of the tree option, or where you have the sort of tree trunks there, is that more effective in pulling the eye upward, so to the structure itself, to the canopy, so that it would maybe be a bit more present with people who are walking under it, that they might notice it more? Or
yeah, I think that you are, that is exactly right. By engaging actually having these vertical moments touch the ground, there's this sense of scale and proximity that I think you would get from these that would have a direct interaction and kind of pull your eye upward. But not only that, but also reflect some of that color aspect that's happening on the actual canopy itself.
Very good.
So-
Thank you. It's beautiful. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufenkian.
Hi, Ivan. Thank you so much for your presentation. Looks very nice. And personally, I like the tree canopy option. Would the trunks be weight bearing, or are those strictly for design purpose?
Yeah, we would intend to kind of switch the sort of engineering aspect of this to not be technically suspended anymore, but that load would transfer to the ground. So that question is something, you know, we would have to discuss on whether or not we could provide, you know, the appropriate footings to attach these to the ground. And you know, we've talked to our engineers about this, and we've already had like these larger discussions. So we know it's possible, but it's a dialogue that we would have with you all to see if if it can be done. Sorry, go ahead.
And would that change the budget at all?
The only thing that it would change is some of the scale of the canopy, and I've in the budgets I've reflected that sort of aspect. So there might be a reduction in the number of the louvers in certain areas, but it would it's basically a modular kind of idea where if you shift some budget from the fins to the tree, but you know, the goal would be to maintain the overall scale and the sort of substantive quality of the piece to interact with that streetscape.
Okay. So what I'm seeing now, it's got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the tree trunks, but that's probably just for design purpose right now, just as a draft, and it might change, right?
It hasn't been completely engineered as a final yet, but I should mention that there are certain aspects that we could connect to the lot as well, directly, so we could transfer some of that load to the facade of the parking lot as well, which I understand we could use as a location to anchor things to, from my understanding so far.
And what material are you thinking for the tree trunks?
There are several aspects. There's one that's a high density reinforced fiber that would be, and that would be for the more amorphous areas. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor at the moment. Can you see the cursor here?
No.
No, okay, so maybe it's blanking out, but so towards the top where it kind of opens up towards the canopy, you can see that those forms are slightly, you know, they're more amorphous and a little bit more sort of organic. There would be a smoothed out fiber that's attached to the metal that basically there'd be steel main column, and then we would mold that out and form it, and then do a finish coat of a, you know, reflective material.
Okay. And so the reflective material, so maybe the colors off the canopy would reflect onto it as well, huh?
Yeah, that would be the ideal sort of outcome of that engagement. Yes.
Okay.
So some of that color would be pulled down into, you know, basically it would refract and reflect throughout the piece, I think, across the board. Yes.
And you mentioned a solar material that would refract the color onto the ground and so on. What would be the benefit of using that? And would that look just the white and gray during the day and light up in the evening, or how would that work?
Okay, so let me back up, and just for clarification, some of these materials have a reflective quality to them. You know, they don't necessarily change with the sun itself. Like it's not sort of thermic in terms of like the geothermic and changing with the heat or any of that quality. But they do have light quality that as you bend, I think I have one. Shoot, I don't have the sample here, but it's sort of an iridescent quality, whereas you walk around it, the material color changes a little bit just inherently in the coating. But at the same time, the white direction that I showed here was just an idea that came up as an option for lighting the piece. Like if we wanted it to be neutral during the day and then add these lighting elements to it at night to change it, that's also a possibility. So they're kind of two different camps, I guess, in terms of the discussion of how to address color and that energy within the piece.
So
itself.
in this case, where it would be lit up at night, that would be probably a metal canopy. The slats would be metal, or what would it be?
Yeah, it's an aluminum composite material. Hold on one second. I don't. If this was in person, I'd have more, show and tell stuff. But it's definitely a metal, and it has a dense intercore. So it's lightweight. It's aluminum outside, and then it has a dense core that's it's a dense resin fiber that is both sustainable and maintenance.
And the lighting would be, I guess, tucked into the band that goes around the canopy. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that part again.
If we're going to light it at night, where would the light come from?
I think we have a couple of options to light this. We can light it from within. As I mentioned, we can, if the color's in the material itself, we can do, just simple white lights as strips throughout the piece. And there's another option to use what we call either grazing elements to kind of shine down that we can attach to the facade of the building and also illuminate it that way.
Very nice.
So there's options to discuss there, and there could be a combination of both actually. So we can if this moves forward, we can definitely talk about that during the iteration.
Perfect. All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Commissioner Vidor?
Thank you so much. Lovely. I really enjoyed the mention of mountain, evoking mountains, ocean, and now trees, which I think the trunk ideas are very excellent. Not only because they help you share the load with the cantilever, that 30-foot cantilever kind of freaked me out a little bit. I don't know what the Public Works Department would think about that, but obviously it can be done or you wouldn't have proposed it. But those three elements, to me, that speaks to our diversity. We're all kind of united in our relationship with nature. So that natural theme looks very nice. And I just want to make sure, this has already been discussed, that any electrification that's used to illuminate, and I strongly support illuminating color to make it more vivid and keeping it as colorful as possible at all times, that electricity is very subtly and elegantly blended in so that one would never see wiring or anything like that. So is that doable?
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. In terms of all of the work I've done is really don't want to see any of that hardware or the wiring. It wants to feel like it's self-illuminated and inherent. So we would do work with lighting engineers and electrical engineers and lighting consultants to really come up, and we would do a full-scale prototype of this and just really study it. To come up with the best outcome, and obviously, to you all's approval as well.
Yeah, and then maintenance, the slats. I don't know how wide the slats actually are, but are they cleanable? And if stuff gets stuck between them, like how do you handle that?
All of this material is highly durable and weatherproof. So you can pressure wash this if necessary. Yeah, like you can, just take a washer and I would say do that every year or so and just be done with it and not have to worry about it.
Okay, and then hold on.
We would design the lighting. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
The electrical components would all be rated for IP68 or 69. So it's all outdoor. If we were to be able to find something that's designed to be submersible, that would be ideal too. So we wouldn't have to worry about anything like any kind of weather.
Yeah. Okay.
And we've also addressed the idea of this structurally with the engineers in terms of seismic quality and that sort of thing, and we'd provide the joints and all and anything necessary for that that sort of reaction.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold the drawing that you've got on the screen now, because I'm seeing, you know, obviously under the canopy, people can sit and relax and everything, but that's the entrance and exit ways to the parking lot. And then you have your street on the other side. Is this, you know, the way it looks, it's like much wider than ArtSoc, the way the drawing is done. And I wonder if that's really scaled properly, because it looks like a big plaza underneath the cantilever. And then people have to turn into a parking entrance to get in there. So how does that work? Because that's the pedestrian hanging outside, but yet that's ingress and egress from the parking lot as well. So
We went with the drawings that we were given, so we assume that it's the right scale. If it's, you know, 25 feet wide, is that approximate to what's there, roughly?
you said that the cantilever was 30 feet, correct? 30 feet deep?
25 and, yeah, between 25 and 30, you know, roughly in this.
So, and does it extend out into the street part of your drawing, the cantilever?
I'm gonna pull up an aerial so we can look at it a little better.
Okay.
So
I
this
want
is kind of
scale.
what we're looking at here.
Can I
And
interject really?
Hey, Commissioner Vidor, just to let you know, just because we've reviewed all of these, the artists were all provided architectural plans and specs. So all of their, because I think this was a question on the last presentation as well, all of their renderings, you know, per our review are based on scale. I think these are good questions about the spacing, but everything you're going to see today in all the presentations are to scale based on architectural plans we've given and shared with the artists.
Okay, so people would drive up and make a left turn into, or right turn into the parking lot under the canopy on the upper part of the drawing.
In this case,
No,
they're
the canopy's not covering all of the points of egress and egress on the parking garage are open, and you know, if any of these artists are selected, we will obviously be working with planning to make sure that, you know, all of the appropriate you know, spacing for sidewalks and everything are followed to code. But what we're looking at really is just concepts, but they're all to scale.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
And I just want
to we can see the curb here on the sort of north side of this perspective going in, where the what we saw on the plan where the cars would kind of go in and out. So sorry, go ahead.
I just want to remind my fellow commissioners to keep your comments very brief and to just ask a couple of questions for clarification. We'll have time to discuss all of this in the future and you know, between us. And we also, these are conceptual drawings at this point. So let's keep it to quick points of clarification, just in the interest of time. And I believe, are you finished with your questions, Commissioner Vidal?
Oh, yeah, I would.
Okay, so I think we're on to Commissioner Zadorian.
Great, thank you. So I'm glad I get to go at the end because I think everyone covers most of the questions. I think it's a great piece that involves a lot of technology and innovation, which is something we were really looking forward to for these pieces. And, you know, I'm going to ask every artist the same question. So I guess you guys can look forward to this, but how is yours culturally specific? One, to the city, but I guess I didn't include this in the last one, but to the area, which is ArtSoc Promenade. What are you doing that is, you know, encompassing the culture, the vision, and the vibrancy of the location and the city?
So as a sort of this launching point here, you know, I really, the relationship to the site and the sort of area geographically is represented in the form of the piece itself. So we use that as a source of inspiration, both the mountain and the hillsides, as well as the ocean kind of surface tension, to represent at least the connection to the area. In terms of its dynamic sort of formal quality and also the vibrancy of the color, in my opinion, speaks to the diversity of the community and the sort of multicultural aspects of that in reference to this piece in particular.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, and I think I'm,
yes.
yes, I think I'm last. I think most of my questions have been answered. Just a very quick point of clarification on the suspended proposal versus the tree trunk proposal. Would the suspended undulate with the wind, or would it move at all? Is that part of the design, or is it designed to really be completely stable under either scenario?
It should be stable, but the cables are designed to have a certain level of flexibility. It shouldn't be moving at all to be scary in that sense, right? It should be, you know, nice and rigid for the most part. But if there were some kind of seismic activity, it could shift and move and flex to accommodate those sort of natural reactions. But for the most part, it should stay rigid. It should not move at all. And we've discussed that with the engineer, and I know it seems kind of precarious in the suspended mode, but we've been reassured that it could work. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for your presentation, Ivan. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ivan. I am going to move you back into the lobby, but if you have any additional questions, you can continue to reach out to Labas Projects.
Okay, so I'm going to log off, right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, have a good day. Thank you all. Bye.
Okay, next up we have Matthew Matsada, who I'm going to have him enter from the lobby. Matthew, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we are ready for you to begin.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen if that works for everyone. Can everybody see my screen? Or better yet, can everybody hear me and see me if you're not?
Yes.
Well, I will start. Give me one moment. All right, is that at full screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, my name is Matthew Mazzata. I'm an artist that works with communities and their public spaces. I work internationally, and I also teach at MIT. And I just want to say this project has been good for us as a studio, because one of our members has a connection to ArtSoc, which was cool. So we actually put some time into this one. So I'm going to put together a little presentation, and if you guys have questions, of course, we'll do those as well. The project is called Bountiful. Just some of my previous works. My practice is based on research. So we made 1 million phone calls for this project, and you'll see some of it. But we always start with a site analysis. And with this particular project, what we did, we found that the site, in terms of the call and what it was meaning in terms of where it is, one was about vibrancy, playfulness, and growth, about this new area coming alive. And then also on this other side, this make it contemporary and also meaningful, just the fact that the street is called ArtSoc. So that's where we went. The project itself is going to be split conceptually to be easily accessible. Someone just sees it for the first time. It's not a big message. They can look at it. However, there is a deeper read. So we tried to split that directly, make this deeper read, but also make it accessible for anybody as soon as they see it. This came from the call. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. Glendale has a large Armenian population, in addition to the Black, Latinx, Korean, and Filipino communities. Glendale has openly acknowledged its unfortunate history of racism, discrimination, racial discrimination, apologizing and committing to atone for these practices in a formal resolution issued in September 2020, making it the first city in California to do so. On the other side, Glendale is also a regional shopping destination with a mix of department stores, chains, small independent businesses, and a media tech corridor that has many film-related businesses, including DreamWorks and Walt Disney. Of course, we know the site. I was able to make a site visit. I'm in San Diego now, so that was actually fortunate as well. You know, initial designs and some of the things that were called out, interactive furnitures. We see a swing. We have like a sculptural seating wall and a shade canopy. We actually took some of this language. We the deep dive. The other thing is that as we made our phone calls, we realized that there could be complications with the fire department putting up ladders, and they might want this free. So what we did is we centered our design over the the walkway, and are not going to rely on these poles, just so that if we're green lighted, there's no problem. Obviously, Glendale. We went into art stock, so just here's a little preview. And this is we looked at the architecture, we looked at the customs. One of the bigger things that came out was nature and how much green there was. Some very beautiful tourist sites, and we'll come back to this tree in a moment. We also found this. According to linguists, the term Artsakh derives from two words in classical Armenian. The first word is Ar, which means man. The second is Stop, meaning forest. In combination, the two words mean people of the forest. This is a tree that's popular, 2,042 years old, size of an 18-story building. And many of famous people have visited, including the inventor of the Armenian alphabet and the first Armenian historian, and obviously many tourists. We did a little deeper dive into the conflict. This is National Geographic covering it. One of the things we found was that the trees that were used for firewood and people's well-being in terms of growing foods and all that were actually instrumentalized and during the conflict and destroyed. And this is, taking away people's time and ability to survive. However, there's a large effort now to regrow trees. This is the Armenian Tree Project. The Armenian Tree Project has developed a social and economic rehabilitation program for villagers from the hard-hit areas of Artsakh. As a result of the 2020 war, some families lost access to the arable farmland. And so these guys are actually trying to bring back trees, and they have this little quote, "When the roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind." And so these are just different trees, the apricot trees of Armenia, pear, pomegranate, the buckhorn, elderberry. So we are going to be drawing these types of plants into our project. And again, we're trying to split this between making something vibrant and grow and playful, but also having it be meaningful. So that concept right there is going to be split. The project itself is called Bountiful. And here's the first image of it. What we did is we tried to keep it on this side of the road. This is a tree that has been wrapped in fruit growing plants and trees. So it's a tree trunk, but it also has images of plants and trees that grow fruit, and has a canopy that's actually kinetic, and we'll look at that in a moment. We have two different color combinations, but right now this is fiberglass, and this is something we use in other places. And up top is wood, and this is a whole system up here that allows this wood dowels to move back and forth. The root itself is a trunk, or is a root for sitting, and we also have a swing. Two color variations, and we are keeping this open to work with the landscape team, the design team, to see if we can, use that flexibility to go right into the design seamlessly. I want to switch over to a video. Can you guys see this video screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to play this video. This is a little representation of the project. This is an experiential project, so the canopy will be above your head. Each one of those dowels will blow in the wind. There's the tree. This is a mock-up, of course, wrapped in the fruit-bearing trees. We have the roots for sitting and also a swing. These are some of the elements that were pulled right out of the landscape design or the urban design. This is a colleague of ours actually mocked it up. This is not for this project only. He had done this. And so we are going to be implementing very similar techniques, which is obviously ours is in the shape of a tree. colors. We're going to have different colors be part of this. There's the white version and the darker version. Again, fruit-bearing trees wrapped around this. The canopy is wider than it is deep, so that it covers more of the sidewalk and doesn't cut into the street. Obviously, Instagram, people sitting, you know, a destination. Hopefully this becomes a popular site where you know where you are in the world.
2-minute warning.
Okay. I'm going to pop back over to the presentation. And we can just, yeah, that's the location. Just, I pasted it in. We've seen a lot of these images. We can go back to them. Here's one from above, stretching the length. This project can be flexible, so we'll be able to go over and weave in however we want, and with the color as well. I'm going to read a couple of things. They're just, we can go back to any of these if we like. I just threw this in just to, this is an early concept. We were just playing with the design. Bountiful is an interactive, kinetic sculpture and social space in the form of a tree that provides multiple seating arrangements and a moving canopy activated by the wind. The tree trunk of Bountiful is wrapped in images of fruit-bearing plants that are native to Artstock. The project's concept and design are strategically navigates its position in the public realm by providing multiple depths of reading. That's where I was talking about the two different ways. At first glance, the colorful swaying tree is an exciting, whimsical image that one sees turning the corner onto Artstock. For visitors who go under the shade structure of the large swaying tree canopy, it is an immersive experience of shadows and colors. Images of flowering fruit plants native to Artstocks wrapping the tree's trunk. The playful nature of being dwarfed by the moving shade structure is enhanced by the multiple seating options of the roots and the swing to spend time under the tree. Although most visitors will first be drawn to the unique experience of the colorful swaying tree, Bountiful actually has a deeper connection to the location this project's concept is born from, Artstock. The deeper context of this project will be available on site or could be tied in as a remote piece for the future Armenian American National Museum. I can leave it there. I have more for the presentation, but I'm thinking I can answer it through questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Vice Chair Vire?
Thank you, Matthew. That certainly is a well-researched project in terms of cultural relevance, and it's very beautiful. Is the material, are all the materials fire retardant?
Yes. And let me just get to where I want to be with that. We have the galvanized steel armature, and that will make up the holding of the dowels and also what holds the trunk and swing. It's going to be wrapped in fiberglass, and this is, we're doing a project in Tampa, Florida, actually. This is just Klaus Oldenburg, same exact material, but we're working with fast fiberglass. This one is our project in Tampa, and it is fire rated. And then the dowels can also be, depending if we want to go with wood, we could put it on a product there, or we can choose another material. So we are good in both ways if we want to choose something fire rated.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufenkian.
Hi, Matthew. Thank you so much for this very well thought of, very well researched, and all the consideration that you've given to the name, history, culture, environment of Artsakh. It's truly a meaningful and contemporary project. Love the kinetic aspect, love the moving canopy. Now, did I get it correct that the the canopy would be wood, made of wood?
Yes, that's one of the choices, is we could do wood. That's how it's been done with a previous colleague. However, we could switch over to another material if we're going to do, it could be metal, or it can be painted metal, or it could be a plastic that has an embedded color in it as well, depending on what way we go.
I'm just thinking longevity. Obviously, wood has longevity, but it does also weather. Probably more wood. So
we have a project going in LA in about a month. And so we're working with Akoya wood with that one. So there's a couple, I think there's a few woods. Ipe is kind of, everybody used to use it, but no longer. But yeah, there's woods that can last a long time and also retain their stain.
Very nice. Okay, beautiful. I wish it would just have more people, engage more people, maybe more seating area or something. That would be my only comment on.
That's great. Let me see where I could go with that. Give me 1 second. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. One of the things that we tried to do was pull from, let's get it dovetailed as possible into this design that's already going on. So we thought we were doing pretty good with the shade canopy and the structural seating. So we're open as well to bring that into, we're willing to go further to develop the design, I gotta say. So if there's gonna be seating all around, we would like to work with the design team.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Vidor?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew. Really beautiful project. But I also have a question. It may have been answered about the dimensions of the canopy and the inclusiveness in terms of it, providing a large scale overhead enveloping space. Like if you could do a little grove of trees, that would be lovely. But, I understand that it's a one tree thing and just want to make sure that it encompasses enough space to be, welcoming to a reasonable number of people simultaneously.
Yeah, that's one of the things that this has the ability to do is has some flexibility in its density and how big it can get. We originally had 3 trees and we thought we were going to be covering the whole space. But then when we learned that there could be some complications in the fire lane, we pulled it all the way onto one side just so that if people like this, we can move forward. But yeah, we did have 2 and 3 trunks before, but then we decided just to go with 1 for this iteration.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Zadorian?
Yes, so I actually love that this will pretty much answer my question. It's extremely culturally relevant. It's paying attention to the diversity of the city. So you did very thorough research. I'm very happy about that. So thank you for that.
Of course.
I love that it's called Bountiful. I love all the incorporations, the dimensions, everything about this. However, I do agree with Commissioner Vidor that I would love for this as a canopy concept to be more overarching, to be covering more space. So if it could be a grove of trees, that would be beautiful, a little bit more interactive. So I agree with those same things. If you can come back to us with, some kind of taking our suggestions and adding to it, that would be amazing. Because so far, I think yours is the only one that's really paid attention to the city of Glendale and the people of Glendale and what we're looking for, because Artsakh is a very historical location and landmark, and the fact that this area was named after it is very relevant to the people of Glendale. And so thank you for that. And if you could just maybe, incorporate the recommendations from Commissioner Vidor, I would 100% agree.
Yeah, that's good to hear. That was our intention, was actually to cover a lot of space. And then we just started realizing that we won't go over the street because of that possibility that these ladders of the fire truck would go up. In terms of spanning down the street, that's a lovely idea. In terms of bringing in another trunk, I can see that working as well to make it a grove. This is not an issue. So yeah, that's great that you guys are actually expanding on the idea. But yeah, this one was supposed to be meaningful. So it's like about a location, and when you get there, you know where you are. And that was
exactly.
Expectations. Yeah, it says, this is from the take into consideration, create a site-specific concept for a proposed location. We then went into the physical engagement with the public. So we put the swing and the roots, and you guys are actually asking, can we do more? I think when we spoke to Bo and Nikki, they said there's a possibility that this could grow if the landscape team is willing to go with us and maybe even share budgets to do this and bring this into a larger kind of focus. So that's something that we would love to do. Create multiple visual angles and approaches. So obviously we're doing that, day and night activation, utilization of creative mediums. This is the first time we would be doing this. We have done tree projects in the past, And obviously my work is based a lot on kinetics, but this was actually a unique project for this site.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely does a great job at incorporating all of our asks. So thank you for that.
Of course, of course.
Thank you. Chairperson Yank?
Yeah, I just had a last question. Just if you could just address the lighting at night, because I didn't see too much on the proposal about that, but I think you had mentioned it would be activated at night, so I just wanted a little more clarification about what that would look like.
Yes, hopefully we'd work with the lighting on site. We just finished a project that has lighting inside of the canopy, which is another tree project, doesn't look like this. But yeah, let me see. These are actually supposed to be night images, but we don't know what the lighting will be like. But you know, one of the ideas was, let me see if I can get to it, was to really blast it with light if it had a color to it, so that the canopy, if you went under it, would be pretty electric.
Right.
That's lighting though, and you know, I don't know if everybody on the call knows all the rules, but some people, some communities don't do uplighting, so it's always a conversation of how do you light something properly. That one project we just did in Boise it has downlighting and side lighting because they want to keep that dark nights feature that they won't allow light to escape. So we're open to lighting, but we probably need some guidance on how we're going to do it.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say I appreciate your sensitivity to the other projects that are going on the site as well, and to working with the design teams, you know, for the landscaping and everything. And so holistically incorporating that into what you're doing, I think I just appreciate that about how you've thought about this. So thank you.
Of course, yeah. I think that will be a fun, we're all about that. If we can meet with the team and make this happen and weave it all in. I do want to mention the flexibility of this. I think some people are pointing it out already. It does have the ability to change different shapes, so it can be articulated different ways, the size of it as well, and then the colors. So our intent was to produce a concept that could be woven into this design that's going to be developed, that is being developed for this site.
Great. Thank you so much, Matthew, for this presentation.
Of course.
Thank you, Matthew. We really appreciate the time you took to present to us. I'm going to, if you have any additional questions, you can reach out to Labas Projects, and I'm going to put you back into the lobby. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Pleasure.
Okay, next up we have Paul Coxedge. Paul and Joanna, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Good afternoon.
Welcome. We're ready when you are.
Fantastic. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. So, Joanna, is it okay if I start?
Yeah, sure.
So, thank you so much for this creative opportunity. Myself, Joanna, and the studio very much enjoyed this challenge. And I'll start by talking about the project, which is entitled Breeze, which is for the overhead proposal. And I think, personally, what I found really exciting about this is that it was kind of a challenge because it needed to be a piece of art, but it also had some design requirements because it needed to create a shade element from the sun. And for us and for the studio, that was really, really exciting, how to bring these two disciplines together in a successful way. So I'll share my screen and I'll show you how we tackled it. Share screen. Joe, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So there was many different things that inspired us about the site. I think we really were kind of imagining ourselves on the street and kind of thinking about what it would feel like with this incredible sky, sun, wind, being around natural forces. And we wanted to kind of make a piece that was really accessible and inclusive. And so what we did in the studio is that we took a thin piece of paper, and you can see it on the right-hand side, me blowing onto it. And that very simple idea of, you know, a breeze and how that affects something that's flexible and creates a three-dimensional form, we found that quite satisfying as almost like a frozen moment in time. And we visualized how that would kind of span across the street. And so visually we were quite, you know, pleased with it because it had a certain energy and something that, you know, it had a curiosity about it in terms of what's it made of, how does it stay in place. But it has the other layer in the sense that it's creating shade. So each of these straight lines are creating the three-dimensional form, but their spacing is tuned to create shade. And so what we've shown here is a 50% shade from the sun, but what we can do is that if we require more or less, we can kind of either space them further apart or bring them closer together. And we felt that was quite a kind of interesting way to create this frozen moment, and the technique of making was simple, but as I say, it had this kind of functional ability to create shade. In terms of the way that we're imagining it to be suspended, we've explored a few different options. The one that we visualized is that we would have attached to the metal form, we would have fixing points that would brace the building to the left-hand side, the car park, and then go across the street, either on to neighboring buildings or some pillars or posts. In terms of lighting, we think the simplest way of doing it is from the building, lighting the material. In terms of the actual structure, there's two options. We either we'll make it in steel and powder coat it with a kind of semi-reflective surface, which will pick up the sunlight and also the artificial light from the building, or an anodized aluminium. And there's pros and cons to both of those techniques, but both of them are very confident could be achievable. It's a very big piece. It's 95 feet long, 10 foot high, 11 foot across. It's tunable. You know, it doesn't need to be as long. It could be longer. And as I say, we have that ability of changing the quantity of lines to create more or less shade. And at this point, I'll pass over to Joanna, who will talk about the next part of our involvement.
Thank you, Paul. So my name is Joanna Pino, and I'm a director and co-founder of Paul Cox Edge Studio here in London. And I'll be responsible to deliver this project. So Paul, if we could please go to page 13. Thank you. So we have reached out to two potential local fabricators called Carlson Baker Arts and Juno Works, based in California and Colorado, respectively. Our project manager, Eric Jeziorki, who worked very closely with Paul Cox Edge and his team, have shared preliminary technical drawings and have had extension discussions with both fabricators. And we feel they understand the level of detail and quality that we want. And in terms of experience, they have experience in abundance delivering this type of projects, judging from the artists that they've worked with in the past. From our side, we're also accustomed to work remotely with local fabricators, architects, engineers across the world. We have successfully delivered two projects, actually more than two projects, sorry, several projects during the pandemic in the last 2 years in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Milan, and New York. So together with these fabricators, we have worked on fabrication methodology and agreed on a work approach. So on page 11, if we please, yes, thank you. So we have agreed on a work approach, and so how we're going to tackle the different stages of the project, since we have several disciplines and several parties involved. So here we have explained in more detail our scope and sort of budget assumptions. And on page 10, Paul, if we could please move on to that. We have itemized and kind of a top line the scope and the costs of the several stages from conception until delivery. And finally, on page 12, we also devised a timeline that has been validated by both fabricators of how long we think each stage of works will take from concept stage until installation and handover. So I think that's all from me, I think, and we open to any questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vier.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Tufenkian.
Thank you for the presentation. Looks beautiful. No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Vidor.
Thank you very much. Is this just one question? You mentioned the dimensions. First of all, is this suspended from the building or cantilevered off the parking lot? And how deep does the overhang go footage wise from the building out onto the sidewalk?
So there's a few options of how we can do that. So that we could cantilever it just off the car parking building, as you suggested. So that would come across, and then we'll kind of hold the piece. And the distance is 11 foot at the moment in the current design. It could be reduced. So that's one way we could do it. The other is we could have it sort of a suspended piece and then hung from the car park and then across to the other side, either onto posts or the buildings across the street. So yeah, there's those both options we've discussed. Obviously, if we went to the next stage, we could kind of work closely in terms of what the buildings, the structure, what is possible. But yeah, it's a kind of intriguing sculptural object. It's a very big, but it's actually surprisingly lightweight because of all the spaces and the way that we'll minimize the sections. They're not solid; they're actually box sections. So there's a lot of air in there. You know, it's not as solid as you may perceive from the visuals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zadorian.
I love that we are getting applicants, from international countries. So that's very nice to see. I have no other questions, so we can go ahead and go to Chair Yank. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul, so much for your and Joanna for your presentation. I'm just had just a couple little questions in terms of the shade that would be provided. I know you addressed that a little bit. I'm just curious with the height of it and the way that it's hung. Would it actually provide much shade on the sidewalk for some of the landscaping elements that would be put in there? Is that something that you can, work with in terms of understanding what the landscaping designs are that are underneath on the street?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've put it through the computer and looked at kind of a sun study, and it actually does quite well already. But as I kind of touched upon as well, if let's say you said, where people are sitting, you want to have some more shade, we can bring those lines close together and create more shade elements. So yeah, we've got that sort of flexibility in the design to allow that, which is good. It kind of does two things. It's sort of creating the 3 dimensions, but also it's creating the function. So yeah, absolutely. And then obviously, I can imagine the scheme evolving, what happens on the ground. And if we knew more about that, we could adapt the design for that.
And there's a software as well that we can use, right, to do shade studies. And so it's actually going to be determined by the information that we input on the software, and then it kind of helps inform the shape.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just to be clear, the structure would be stable. It wouldn't undulate with the wind or anything like that. It's meant to kind of keep the same shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. A rigid form.
A rigid form. Okay.
Just to add on that as well, so we have used the same principle and same methodology of attaching artwork in a building before in Oklahoma. And sort of that worked really well. Obviously, it's driven by engineering, so they would have to sort of be heavily involved in sort of telling us sort of what's needed. But yeah, we've used the same principle before, so we feel confident that's achievable.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you again for your presentation. And I think that's all my questions for right now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul and Joanna. We are very appreciative of you joining us today. I believe that if you have any additional questions, you can reach out to LaBasse Projects. But at this moment, we're going to move you back into the lobby. I know you have one more presentation to do, but we're going to push you back into the lobby for the interim.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. And I believe we were planned to take, we were going to take public comments at this time. Is that right?
Yes, we actually do not have any public comment at this time. So I believe at this moment, if the commission is interested, to take a recess.
Okay, I think let's keep it to a 5-minute recess, just in the interest of time, but just enough time for everyone to, you know, stretch, and then we'll just reconvene here right at 3:05.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Welcome back to this special meeting of the Glendale Arts and Culture Commission. And we are, after a brief recess, we are going to move on to see the proposals for the Gateway project. I believe Paul Coxedge Studio is going to make the first presentation.
So everyone, if you mind, I'll just make a quick point of clarification for everybody. Many of the artists that applied for both the overhead and gateway opportunities. The selection panel, Paul Coxedge's studio, based on his past work, we felt we really wanted to see proposals from his studio for both the overhead and the gateway. So he was the only applicant that we asked to see proposals for both. But that was a decision from the panel, I think, because we all felt strongly that his work, both in previous overhead installations and sort of significant landmark installations, merited a proposal for both. So that's why we're going to see another proposal from Paul as well.
Thank you, Bo, for that context. I'm going to let in Paul Coxedge Studio from the lobby. Hi, Paul and Joanna, are you here with us?
Hi.
Thank you. We are back and we're ready to see your proposal for the gateway. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm back in the room, yeah?
Yep.
So we actually began with the gateway, conceptually speaking, and super exciting. This again, a really fantastic challenge for us. Something, trying to create a landmark, something that welcomes the people, something that's memorable, and something that's inclusive as well. That was really something very important for us. And I think this is where we actually started to think about what it would be like on the street, either as a pedestrian or as a driver, and imagining this sort of wind tunnel that buildings create. And that was the kind of the inspiration to collaborate with natural forces. That kind of ties both proposals together. And I'll share my screen and I'll go through this proposal. We're doing this. Okay, fantastic. So it's got a working title of Curtain. And I've kind of given the sort of the inspiration behind the piece. But I think one thing that I hope ties both kind of ideas together is, we want it to be something that people relate to on an emotional level, something that's kind of familiar because they may have seen this in their everyday life, a curtain blowing in their home or fabric blowing in the wind, but kind of displayed in a very different way. And when we did those experiments, like the previous proposal of kind of blowing into thin pieces of paper, the kind of satisfaction of flatness becoming three-dimensional and sort of freezing that in metal, we just felt it just had something that was really positive. It had a sort of an energy and something that sort of invited you to be very curious about it. So, when we first created this CAD visual, it was just so satisfying to kind of imagine what that would be like to either drive through it or walk past it. And, looking up into it, it kind of frames the trees, the sky. It's quite a curious object because it looks so thin, but it's static. And I think there's sort of a charm to that. We've worked and studied how light would kind of interplay with the piece, and we think just uplighting it or lighting it from the buildings is the most successful way. In terms of the materiality, we're focusing on using stainless steel and kind of a sandblast finished. So it wouldn't be like a mirror polished stainless steel. It would have a softness to it, like a satin. But it would still have a certain reflectivity, which would really work well with the light. We were and are considering the kind of the public engagement. So as people are walking past it and from the sidewalk, we thought it could be a nice opportunity to engrave it with some very subtle wording, and that could be an interesting layer to the project where we could collaborate with a local poet or writer to kind of create some meaning to the actual lines, kind of layering it to something specific to the site. And in terms of dimensions, these are the dimensions at the moment. Obviously, we would need to kind of get some guidance in terms of, kind of what does it need to be precisely to allow fire trucks to go through, or, different vehicles. But we've kind of taken the traffic light as a benchmark, so it's modeled on that height. But again, like the previous proposal, it's tunable. We can open it up, we can make it higher. And we've taken that into account when we've been talking to the fabricators. We've said, look, this is, is this possible? How could this be made? And would the engineering solution allow flexibility? And we've had very positive response so far on that. And I'll pass to Joanna.
Thank you, Paul. Can we go to page 14, please? So we've worked again with Carlson Bacon Arts and Juno Works, based in California and Colorado, respectively, for the delivery of this piece. Whenever possible, we prefer to work, obviously, with local fabricators for all sorts of reasons. But one important reason and practical reason is maintenance. Both these fabricators also offer maintenance packages, whereby they visit the site annually or how many times is required per year. And we feel it's important, if possible, that the maintenance is undertaken by the same makers of the artwork, or at the very least by the same company. Sometimes it's useful in terms of material warranties, fabrication warranties, liabilities, and so forth. So for this particular project as well, Eric Jaziorki would be assigned to project manage. And he has shared a preliminary 3D model and technical package, and have had numerous discussions with the fabricators and the engineers. And we feel with this particular piece, the engineering will dictate the height and material thickness and so on. So we're confident that the fabricators felt and understood sort of the level of detail and quality that we're after. And sort of in return, that sort of gave us reassurance by the experience, obviously, on delivering these type of projects. So in terms of kind of page 15, 16, and 17, Paul, it sort of shows like a bit of background about our studio and the projects that we delivered across the world, and the press that we had, the press that we had as well. Page 17, I think. And then sort of page 12, we worked on a fabrication methodology. Page 12, sorry, pardon. On the budget methodology and fabrication methodology, and our scope and approach to this project, from the design development and fabrication stage to packing and crating. We've considered installation and handover. And at handover, we will be submitting a maintenance and operation manual for the client's team to understand the care and maintenance needed during the life of the artwork. And finally, page 11, page 11, Paul, please. Yeah, we've itemized top line costs of the several stages of this project, from concept until delivery. And finally, on page 13, we have also devised a timeline which has been validated by the fabricators. And so that's all from me, and we open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vier.
Thank you. I like that piece a lot. It's very welcoming. I mean, I can see it just, you just want to blow right through it into the space as it welcomes you. Could you tell me a little bit about the maintenance that would be required? You did say that you recommend the maintenance be done by the fabricator, and just FYI, Colorado is not local. It's a way away.
Yeah.
California, one of them is based in California. So, and
much closer, much closer to Glendale. And so if it were, which would make a difference in the budget if we were bringing somebody from Colorado to to do the maintenance on it.
Sure.
I think what we've obviously kind of imagined some scenarios of what could be what needs to be maintained, and that sort of led us to stainless steel as a material, because it's sort of the most stable metal. It doesn't corrode. It's very resilient. We didn't want to go for actually like a mirror polish, because I don't think that would actually look as nice as what we were imagining. But because we've moved away from like high gloss mirror, and it's more of a sandblasted, it will be quite resilient. So I just think it would just need probably some cleaning now and again, potentially. But in terms of, what could go wrong, I don't, it's
okay.
I can't foresee anything, happening to it. Maybe just cleaning.
Okay, thank you. And then where did you envision? You mentioned engraving, which I like that idea.
Yeah.
And where would that be visible on?
So that would be on the underside. So so when you're on the pavement, you'd look up and you'd be looking underneath the lines.
Okay.
And and we could suggest some wording for that, for that. But I think that's a nice little space where we can open it up and collaborate with. I think local poets would be a really lovely kind of gesture there, because obviously I have my input here, of course, but it's also nice to collaborate with someone local.
We can do it with our diversity and multicultural city, with putting other languages on it or something.
Oh, that'd be amazing. And also one other point, which it goes for both pieces actually, but in terms of like fabrication, in terms of it will be locally made, maybe not the Colorado, but the fabrication of it will be quite a joyful process. It's kind of, there's a lot of handwork, there's a lot of materiality, there's a lot of processes that we want to document and kind of use kind of social media and Instagram and videos and create some content. And I think there is an educational side of like how things like this get made, and it is, it's for me, it looks very kind of fresh and new and exciting, but in terms of how it's put together, it's metal. And I think there's something educational in that process. It's kind of very different to the youngsters who are very kind of tech in the screen, whereas this is a new object, but made in kind of very traditional techniques. And I think that could be quite interesting layer to add to it as well.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Tufenkian?
Yes. Hi, Paul. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think this is a beautiful and very graceful gateway. I like the reflectivity, and I like the idea of bringing in words or poetry. I think that could be a very interesting way to tie it into the local community and make it something very meaningful. And I did hear you answer how it would be incorporated, but would it, or where it would be incorporated, but how would it be incorporated into those curtains? Would it be engraved, or would it be applied with different colors, or how do you see that happening?
Sure. I mean, personally, I think engraving would actually be really nice, because obviously they're kind of they're lines of metal, and that gives us the opportunity in the flat form to kind of engrave them either with laser or CNC. Not actually that complicated to do. So we'd obviously type it, get a really nice typeface, and then the computer would put that in. So yeah, almost like a coin. When you look at a cent or a pound coin is my reference, but the way that the letters are sort of, as you say, engraved, I think that's how I could imagine that being quite nice. And if it needed to be more visible, once we do some testing, you could kind of patinate within the engraved area. But I think that we could do a few tests on that and see what's visible and what needs to be visible.
And how wide are the slats?
They're probably about something like this, maybe 10 to 12 centimeters. I don't know exactly because I'm
maybe
not.
3 or 4 inches.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so the letters would actually be quite visible, I think. Okay. But actually, that in a way, if you were kind of collaborating with a poet, I'm sure that kind of little, not restraint, but that kind of, obviously there would be like some limitations, and that limitations could actually kind of give some nice rhythm to the words. And we've done that before, actually, on one of our pieces. We had this continual line, and you could start and stop the sentence at any point, and it would have meaning, and that would be potentially something that could work here as well. So wherever you read, it makes sense, and especially if we have these, I think there's lots of possibilities there.
Okay, well, it's beautiful, and I see the design concept with the wind flowing through and going onto the breeze canopy. So yeah, very nice.
Fantastic.
All right, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Vidor?
Thank you both very much. Very lovely concept. Anything that employs some of the elements of nature is very welcome and very all-encompassing, because all of us, our diverse community, is embraced by the natural world, for better or for worse. I have a couple questions. The frame, it appears in your rendering to be kind of utilitarian looking, and I wondered what the materials are there. And then also I'm rather obsessed with color, because Glendale has been so devoid of color for so long, and wondering how you would if you went with your wording, poetry, engraving idea, or whatever it might be, how you would intertwine more color into this. So those two questions.
Sure. In terms of the materiality, we've sort of looked at it as being the same material, so stainless steel throughout. So there isn't a mix of materials. In terms of the finish and the color, we felt at this point, celebrating the natural kind of color of stainless steel could be quite nice, because it would change as it's reflected by the sun. It would never look the same, and different lighting would change the kind of the form of it. But in terms of the color, we didn't kind of instinctively look at applying a color to it. But I think with that layer of wording, there could be an element of color there. And yeah, I'm not kind of saying no to color, but I think what we did to this point, it sort of had a softness to it as well. Like if you imagine something like a fabric or curtain or something, it has that, something that's very kind of a gentle color, and just using the materiality as the color felt very kind of natural to us. But we are open, and we love hearing feedback. So I think it's something we can explore.
Just to add to that, Paul, I think, in terms of the color, there could be a possibility when we engrave the letters to infill them with a color that would become more visible at sort of at floor level. All these tests and mock-ups have been allowed during the sort of prefabrication stage. So during design development, we'll have material samples, we'll have all the engraving with filling. At that point, we can test different colors. So before, obviously, full fabrication takes place, we will get all these samples and materials, sign off and circulate that with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Zadorian?
Hi, thank you. So I very much appreciate the visual element of this, of the curtain. I love that it, occupies both sides of the block. And it's really a gateway because you're entering and you walk into a current. So I appreciate it. I also love the way it flows with the actual piece. And the two going hand in hand would look great, of course, together. And I do hold the same sentiment as Commissioner Vidor about the color. Obviously, we want like some kind of intense, rainbow colors like that are too strong and bold. I like that it's very kind of muted, but I do agree with some kind of, as Joanna did recommend, some kind of, I think she said an infill. So some minimal color, something to make it more vibrant. I agree with that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yeah, that would be that feedback. We would definitely take that on board, and we would, to generate different variations on computer for us to test that would be a pleasure to do that. So yeah, thanks for that feedback.
Thank you, Chairperson Yank.
Yeah, no further questions. Just want to echo my fellow commissioners in thanking you for this presentation. It's extremely memorable. And I do also want to echo a desire to see the poetry element, and I especially like the idea of having it in multiple languages because we have such a diverse city and many non-native English speakers here. And so, and the idea of working with a local poet or local writers to come up with some of that wording, I think grounds the beauty of the form in the place, and in the cultural context. So that's my only comment, but thank you very much again for being here and for being up, I'm sure, at an ungodly hour for you. And so I really, really appreciate your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and Joanna for your presentation. If you have any additional questions, you can reach out to the VAST projects, but for the interim, I'm going to send you back to the waiting room and you're welcome to exit the meeting there.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, next up we have future forms, and I'm going to bring them in from the lobby. Future forms, are you here? Jason and Natalie?
Yep, we're here.
Yes, we're here.
Wonderful, welcome. We are ready whenever you are.
Hi. Thanks for having us. We're gonna go ahead sharing our screen. Is this visible?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
You're able to see it? Okay, phenomenal. Thank you so much for inviting us to submit for this project. My name is Jason Kelly Johnson.
And I'm Natalie Gattegno.
And our studio is called Future Forms. We're based in San Francisco, sort of south of downtown in a neighborhood called Dogpatch. We have an artist studio and a fabrication shop all in one space. We've done a number of projects in California, and we're really excited to get to know a little bit more about Glendale and the site, and we're really excited to present the project to you. The working name is Vortex. Vortex is a kind of translation. It's the idea of a gateway, but as a dynamic beacon. The idea for us was always from the beginning to produce something that celebrates Glendale's diversity, the energy of the community, and the optimism. So in a way, it reflects you. The artwork's layers are defined by a kind of whirlwind of colorful petals and geometric ribbons of polished metal. These polychromatic petals begin as an individual sort of stream that progressively intertwine as it moves vertically. The sketch that you're seeing on the right is in a way a sketch, and the idea is to create a kind of collective form in the sky. And we understand that we still have work to do, but we're
excited that this twisted form begins to express some of these ideas. It evokes a lot of kind of natural forms found in nature, things like flower petals, flocking birds, and also I think it is pretty interesting thinking of this as a sort of an object that is sort of related to the future, that it's in some way mysterious, somewhere between a kind of an animal and a plant and a kind of superhuman made object.
So we were particularly interested in this being a piece that could be visible from different vantage points as part of this kind of larger work that the community is doing, kind of rethinking and kind of pedestrianizing a big part of this set of streets. We felt it was really important for the pedestrian view to be one that was in some ways privileged in kind of experiencing this. So part of this kind of twist of the form was to actually make it a kind of different visual, a different kind of visual presence, depending on where you were kind of in the area, working and walking towards the piece.
The other just thing to add with this view is we understand that this may not be the optimal sort of location, so we'd be very much interested in working with you to site it within this sort of proximity. We sort of placed it here because it seemed to make sense for us, but for sure there may be other things that are in motion in terms of the urban design that we don't know about, so we'd be excited to work with the community to place it.
So here you're seeing kind of going back to the kind of idea of this being visible from different vantage points in different ways. This is kind of looking at it from Broadway, along Broadway, and then along Artsac, like more of the kind of view from the new pedestrianized kind of development that would happen along that street. The structure is about 2 to 2.5 stories tall, about 28 feet. It starts pretty thin, so it starts as a kind of 4-foot kind of base, and then expands as it kind of moves up to about 9-10 feet at the very top.
The artwork starts off as a hexagon on the ground, and then as it moves vertically, it becomes a triangle. It hosts this these kinds of arrays of these colorful shingles, which also twist along, kind of with the form. And you can see also how this geometry, which goes from a hexagon to a triangle, how the edge stainless steel sort of origami ribbons, they kind of go away towards the top. So the expression along at the top of this is one of fully this kind of colorful, kind of cohesive form. And then, in terms of the views, as Natalie mentioned, we're very much, I'd say, straddling this world. We really wanted this to be a kind of iconic object that's visible from afar, but we're very much interested in creating something that is of the sidewalk and is kind of tactile, that will inspire people to move around it, which is in a way why the helical, the twisting form makes sense for us. We want people to kind of move around it, to see it from different vantage points. We actually do want people to go up and kind of touch it and kind of experience it. And so it really, in some ways, is operating at multiple scales. We feel like the site really demands something that isn't just a gateway visible from afar. It actually becomes something that's tactile and a part of the civic and pedestrian experience. So in terms of the materiality, the system is quite simple. We have worked with a structural engineer based in San Francisco on the concept for this. And in the middle, basically, we plan to, first of all, we would plan to make this entirely here in our shop in San Francisco. And the structure itself is a very unique structure. It's a structural skin. So there's not going to be a heavy center kind of skeleton to this. The panels themselves are in fact the structure, which allows us to not have a large foundation, allows this to be really, really strong, but also lightweight. And it's a very experimental, exciting way to build this. We've built a few of these now.
Using a similar kind of structural system.
Yeah. So the structural skin itself is made out of panels of stainless steel, and the perforation along that, kind of cord allow light to be emitted at nighttime. So this, in the evening, the base of it basically acts like a lantern and would project light out onto the sidewalk. The petals themselves are also stainless steel and basically coated with a two-part epoxy, so they're really durable, and also in the case of it getting vandalized, can be really easily painted over and finished without a lot of fuss. The close-up view at night, this again is just a sketch of what might happen. We're actually really interested in the sidewalk as this moment, and this is a kind of selfie moment where somebody might say, "Hey, have you seen how many people are getting their picture taken? With this as a kind of backdrop." And we really think this could become a kind of iconic, moment in the city at the sidewalk level. And we really feel like Glendale is investing so much, energy in activating the sidewalk. So we wanted the piece to come from, in a way from the sky down to the sidewalk and give it a kind of iconic moment that the pedestrian could appreciate.
2-minute warning.
And again, you can see here this kind of constellation of colors. We really feel like, from a cultural standpoint, the diversity of Glendale, we really wanted to articulate that in the mosaic of the colors. And then in the evening, you can see we would have lights in the sidewalk that would broadcast this to the public and create a really memorable, iconic moment. These are just some images of references that we looked at, the way that we kind of work through models. But on the far right, most importantly, is a piece that we just finished, which has a very similar kind of mosaic tile shingle that wraps up the side of this form, and it's a very similar. It has a texture to it. It's kind of tactile and invites you to kind of touch it.
Just really quickly, I mean, you guys have access to this, so we've kind of broken out the kind of larger line items for the budget, as well as giving you a sense of like what our typical process phasing would be, moving from design development to construction documents and permit set, fabrication, site work, and eventually shipping and installation. Because we do most of the fabrication in-house, that kind of handoff is happening maybe a little bit more fluidly.
And just a little bit about that, we're really committed to the craft of making these artworks. These are all members of our staff. These are all projects that we're actually, kind of making and celebrating, both internally, but with the community. I think there's, elements to this that are, really traditional, but also we're using high tech digital fabrication techniques to make really high quality public artworks. These are examples of some of the pieces we've done in the public realm: Washington, D.C., Florida, California. We are in the process of building a lot of these pieces around the country and around the world, and had the experience to pull this together. So in summary, we're excited. We see this as a series of sketches. We've thought a lot about the project, but we'd be really excited to really work with the community to kind of dial this in and bring the next level of resolution to the work.
Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bayar?
Thank you. It's a stunning piece. I just have a quick question about the textures that you use. You said there'd be stainless steel, there'd be aluminum, and there are the tiles that are textured as well. And then where the perspective triangles are those 2D?
Those are all. It's basically like a folded origami ribbon of stainless steel, also.
Oh, and it is. Oh,
it is. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tufekcion?
Thank you for the presentation. No questions right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Vidor?
Thank you very much. Really beautiful piece. You mentioned something about relating the design and the use of the shingling and the different shapes to, did you say flowers or what does the design of the piece in terms of the shapes that you've included? What does it evoke to you? How does it relate to the surrounding streetscape?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, from the beginning, we're really interested in abstracting ideas of kind of geometry, motion, pattern, and texture. We know that a lot of our works have associations with organic things like flowers and plants and this kind of thing, and that really excites us. We love the fact that people read the work in really different ways. And I think some of our projects, people will say, well, no, those are feathers, or those are petals, or no, those represent, individual citizens of the community. They're actually, they're sort of, representative of humans. But we like to sort of be less prescriptive in that sense, and feel like this is really about a kind of constellation of ideas and constellations of thinking. In a lot of ways, we were excited that from a geometry standpoint, somebody could look at this and find meaning in the fact that there's these three ribbons that start off as individuals at the sidewalk level, but they spiral together to become a kind of singular whole at the top, which might, somebody might begin to think about their own, immigration from another country where they were separated and then coming to this community, and they're sort of cohesive and together. These are just ways that we've talked about how the piece might, relate to people. But I think having a constellations of meaning, that people find their own meaning in it. And it's also playful, in a lot of ways. It's not necessarily about one thing that we're prescribing. It's about a kind of, the multiplicity of it. We were super in our research of Glendale. We were so excited to learn about the different, cultural communities that have kind of come together there, and wanted it to not in a way leave anybody out. We wanted it to be exciting and future driven.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zadorian?
I appreciate this piece very much, and I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chairperson Yank?
Thank you both for your presentation today. Just a quick question, just in terms of the color choices that you've presented here, and this is not, I actually quite like them, but I'm just wondering, are you, up for doing some iterations on different colors or color? I'm just thinking about how colors could also be a way to tie it to some of the cultural history of Glendale. And so I'm just curious if that's something you've thought about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's definitely going to be part of our process, is to figure out what color, if this color. I think one of the things that we, in our experience, have kind of had to kind of address was that certain colors are allowed in the public realm versus others, like reds and greens and ambers are not, right? So in some ways, the palette slowly gets pretty limited. So, which is why we kind of used a palette that we know works in this case, just relative to, street traffic. But I think for us, one of the things that we did experiment was also not only coloration, different coloration, but also different gradients. Right now it starts from, pink and it goes to a blue. The strands kind of behave similarly in terms of how they kind of disperse that up and through. So I think there's definitely much more exploration to be had in terms of coloration, but also the way the gradient and the three ribbons actually come together. But that's definitely going to have to be part of our process as we move forward. Also, just in terms of the different orientations, back to the site kind of response, is the view from one side a different color to another? Is there just a different experience completely in terms of like that coloration? I think at that point, a site visit, seeing the colors at different times of year, kind of understanding how this would behave. I mean, we have our samples here, but that doesn't kind of speak to actually being kind of on the ground and kind of understanding how the place changes over time. So that's definitely something that we would have to kind of take on.
I think for us, a lot of things click when we meet, have the opportunity to meet with the community, experience the site, understand the aspirations for the site, and a lot of things shift in our mind. I mean, I think we have a strong idea, but there are certain parameters that we're always open to tuning, evolving, based on what we're seeing, observing, and kind of feedback with the community.
But also with the design team, I think that's another piece. Since this is part of a larger design project that's going to be happening concurrently, parallel, whatever, that there's certain kind of discussions that need to happen in order to make this work, not just for, obviously for the piece itself, but then also just in terms of what are the larger ambitions for the neighborhood and the community at like the streetscape level. So we definitely have experience and kind of are on teams with larger teams of architects, landscape architects, civil engineers to really make sure that this really integrates within what the larger aspirations are.
Great, thank you. Very thoughtful answer. Thank you so much for your presentation today. We've really enjoyed having you, and thanks for all the work that you put into this.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason and Natalie. We appreciate it. If you have any additional questions, you can reach out to the BAS projects, but in the interim, I'm going to just push you back into the lobby and you're able to exit there.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next up we have Christian Muller, who I'm going to bring in from the lobby. Christian, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm just checking. Wait a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. I was playing with this audio setting thing. Yes.
Wonderful. You're welcome to begin sharing your screen whenever you're ready.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Can you see this?
Yes, thank you.
Well, then I want to thank you for having me. My name is Christian Müller. I'm an artist based here in Los Angeles. I'm originally from Frankfurt in Germany, came here about 20 years ago. And I'm running my studio in downtown Los Angeles. I want to start my presentation by spending a minute talking about the scale I'm working in. I call it an urban scale, and what motion matters to my work. I show you two examples very quickly. This is a piece I did a few years ago in Nashville, Tennessee, in downtown, next to the new music center. On a roundabout, you see these little these sticks there on the roundabout, like pickup sticks, like they were fallen out of the sky, landed on this piece of landscaping. It's almost monumental in size. These sticks are 80 feet tall, made out of western red cedar. And then I applied these color patterns, stripes onto it. These pieces, they read really well from a close proximity against the sky. And here is a quick video as this piece is meant to be for a person, for a viewer who is in motion driving around this roundabout, right? So it is I would maybe call a passive element of motion. Most of my works have an active one, like this piece I did in Canada a while back. I called it Eclipse because it unveils an element of color. It's a large pendulum swinging above this tall base. There's an electromagnetic actuator incorporated in the base, what gives the upper part a little jolt of energy every once in a while to keep it in endless motion. The motion is a very simple motion, but it adds significantly to the character of the piece. And it is a sort of sensation you don't get tired to look at. So the proposal I'm going to show you today, I called it, it has the working title in my studio, clip, like paper clip. As I wanted to do something that is really, really tall, graceful at the same time, and what lives on a very small footprint, as there is not much real estate in that very situation. I want to create a landmark or a beacon and a piece that is very easy to be lit at the night hours. It has to be readable from a drive-by perspective. That was very important. And I want to have an element of motion in it. And my works are most often open. I call it open for multiple readings. Is that, I mean, that sketch, what is it? Is it a crooked toothbrush or is it a caterpillar? This answer I like to leave up to the viewer, to the viewer's imagination, right? So this is the piece I came up with, clip. I guess some people might see a bended coat hanger in it, or a giant paper clip, or deconstructed light post. It is pretty large in dimensions. It's 60 feet tall. The footprint is 12 inches in diameter, same as the pipe it's made from. It's a heavy gauge heat bended steel pipe, and it will be coated in an epoxy coating that's called Tenemic. Same applies to the primer as to the final coat. It is a coating system that is originally developed for industrial setups like oil platforms. So it's very resistant to harsh weather conditions. And what I like a lot, it's also resistant to any sort of graffiti. The piece weighs about 1,000 pounds and has a moving element, what hangs down from it, that is made out of a lighter material, aluminium, and integrated in the bottom of this piece are two light fixtures shining downwards. The idea here is to have a piece that doesn't occupy any space on the bottom and create itself in the air with a volume of about 18 by 5 feet. It's about 18.5 feet above the ground. To my knowledge, that should qualify for the traffic regulations. Otherwise, it can be lifted a little higher up. Here you see the piece in its location, in its proposed location. Here a view from Arzak Avenue looking south. Here from Broadway looking west. And you see, and I mean, it reads well from a drive-by perspective or from far distant. That's what I've meant. And if you get close to the piece and you look upwards, it has a very, very surprising appearance as it reads very beautiful against the blue sky. Here I made a light simulation using only two narrow beam LED spotlights. They would be flush mounted into the pavement and lighting the upper part of the sculpture on purpose, slightly uneven to have a play of light and absence of light, light and shadow. And then you can see the two light fixtures in the moving part shining two perfect circles of light onto the ground. I also looked into an alternative location for this piece, couldn't help myself. Not being a traffic engineer, I'm proposing this here just as something to think about it. As here, I took this from Google Earth. This lane kind of dead ends right at the crosswalk in the intersection, and I was wondering if we could extend this a tiny little bit into the intersection to create a piece of real estate, like a little island, to position the sculpture onto it, as it would read very successfully from a long distance as a landmark on Broadway. If this is possible, I don't know, but I think it's worth to explore this option. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Beyer.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Christian. That's fascinating. I love the way it looks at night. I love the way it looks from a distance. I think you might be onto something, having it someplace where it's a long way away and it can be seen as yeah, sort of a landmark piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
No questions for you.
Commissioner Tufenkian.
Yes, Christian, thank you for the presentation. I love this piece. I love the simplicity of it, the minimalism. I think it reads beautifully in the evening light, and also during the day. My only thing is I wish there was somehow that we could maybe connect it to somehow to Glendale and Glendale history or Glendale culture and diversity. Otherwise, I feel like it's a beautiful piece, and I think it's very striking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Caroline.
Commissioner Vidor.
Yes, just as Commissioner Tufenkian said, striking, that word was jumping into my head, especially looking at it at night. It is extremely unique and lovely, and tall and narrow. I can imagine some mischievous children with good upper arm strength trying to climb up that pole and then hang upside down from where the moving piece is. No, it's really quite amazing. But I also had the same question. I was thinking about, as a gateway, as a standalone sculpture, it really is striking. As a gateway into ArtSoc, how does it read or telegraph welcome to ArtSoc, or a gateway into this unique space within Glendale? So I thought, Christian, maybe you could reflect on how you see this piece serving that role.
Yeah. Aline, thanks. I wouldn't be so concerned about kids climbing up there because, climbing, I don't know if you have ever tried. I was a wild kid. Climbing up a light post is really challenging. Yeah. And I don't know if it's so inviting. Talking about what it does to the art and entertainment district here in Glendale, I would not underestimate the transformation, because I do this for a living since many, many years. And you would be surprised what a successful artwork can do to its environment and how much identity it creates. It does not necessarily make a literal connection to the context where it's standing, because after a while, it becomes the identity of the place. And I find that way more important. I saw nobody, when, I mean, that is a kind of almost stupid example, but this was now the first thing what came to my limited mind. If you think about the Tour Eiffel in Paris, right? People didn't like it at all. That had absolutely zero nothing to do with the culture, the urban environment, or anything of that city. It needed time to develop into its iconic it was a masterpiece, but it needed time to develop into this iconic identity given quality. And I work this way. I have a lot of confidence. As I have seen, I was many times successful doing exactly that.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the points you made in responding to me. And you made some very, very good points. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene.
Commissioner Sidorian?
Yes, I would actually just agree with the sentiment made by my fellow commissioners regarding the context, the way that it, it speaks to the people of Glendale. I love the piece. It's beautiful, it's exquisite, but what is it doing for me as an observer? As I walk by the street every day, especially as a gateway piece, I want it to have more of an inviting walk through this passageway, walk through Glendale, see Glendale through our eyes. That's the emotion I want to feel. And as of right now, I don't know if I feel that necessarily. I don't know if that's something that can be worked on, but if that's something you can take into consideration. So I agree with fellow commissioners Tufenkian and Vidor on that. Thank you very much. It is a beautiful piece.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson Yank?
Thank you, Christian, for this presentation. And yeah, I agree with my fellow commissioners in the striking nature of this piece. I just had a small point of clarification. The moving part, you had mentioned the moving part. And I just wanted a little clarification from you on how you imagine that part moving.
Oh, maybe I forgot mentioning it, right? So the connection between the static element and the moving part will be made by, thank you very much for this question, because I wanted to talk about it and I didn't, will be made by the use of a high quality industrial stainless steel gimbal. Gimbal, that's the English word for it. It allows kind of an effortless movement in either 2 directions or 4 directions. You can design this with this little device, right? So it will be almost like, can you see me? It's like when I put my finger up there. So there will be something sitting on top of it like this and can freely move this way. There will be our structural engineer will determine how it needs to be secured for an earthquake event or something like this. But if there will be wind, this thing will be slightly moving, right?
Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, and that's all my questions, but thank you so much for your presentation and for being here today and for the work that you put into this proposal. Really very much appreciated.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Christian. We appreciate you being here today. I'm going to, if you have any additional questions, please reach out to the BAS projects, but in the interim, I'm going to push you back to the lobby and you're welcome to exit the meeting there.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, and we have our final presentation, James Carpenter. I'm going to let James into the meeting. James, are you here?
Yes. Yes. Hi. How are you? Should we share? Should we share?
Yeah.
Yes, you're welcome to begin.
Okay. There it is. So click on the one that's right. Yeah. And then say share. Can everybody see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Are we ready to begin the presentation?
Yes, you can begin. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. Well, terrific. Thank you so much. It's nice to see this California sky in this photograph with our dark skies here in New York. But thank you for the invitation to present to you this evening. Our project is really follows in the tradition that we sort of sensed that Glendale had relative to these vertical markers, which certainly the Alex Theater and some of the work at the City Hall have this sense of verticality. And we wanted our work to sort of be that and have that sort of character in terms of how one sort of sees the object or the marker, the artwork in the context of the city. One of the things that we're trying to work with here is the whole column. The column is about 48 feet tall, and it's relatively narrow down at the street level so that you can encourage pedestrian movement around it at the expanded sidewalk that's going to exist there on Artsac. And the piece actually expands in terms of dimension above street level at 12 feet. So there's actually intentionally this idea of you get close to the object and you look up into it as much as it is looking at it from a distance. And the sculpture is really made out of two elements. One is sort of a central spine or central column that's illuminated, and it runs the full 48 feet high. It's anchored into a footing down by the street. And then, as you can see in some of these earlier sketches, there's sort of a field of smaller fins that are colored, anodized aluminum that are colored. In the photograph, you see they're both sort of a gold color and a color that captures the blue of the sky around it. And the idea is that from any angle, when you're looking at this lantern, it actually will change. The sort of flickering of color as you move past it will happen, and it'll have this illuminated column running up through the center of it. The location here is pretty clearly marked. This is indicating that expanded sidewalk that you're anticipating doing in the pedestrian activity and limited vehicular activity that will happen along Artsac, and then the East Broadway corridor next to it. We positioned it sort of into that corner between the two sidewalk crossings. And the intent is to have it be visibly present, obviously from the Broadway axes, as well as from the Artsac. And the photograph on the right is really taken from that bridge connecting the shopping areas together, looking down Artsac. So you can see here that extends above the roof line. The 48 feet actually gets up above the roof line. And you see this against the sky beyond and against the hills beyond here. So it's intended to sort of be something at street level. It sort of expands in its presence and then rises up above the street level. So here's sort of an idea of how it works. The photographs on the right-hand side, little model we made just of a section of it. So the fins would actually have sort of a silvery blue quality on one surface, and then the back surface that you're not seeing actually has sort of a golden color. So you're seeing the gold color always in reflection off of this other surface that will pick up the color of the sky. That's this outer ring that you see here on this diagram. And then the central piece here is actually a column which is structural, but it's made like you see here. We're sort of showing you what the idea is, that it's a cylindrical column. It's actually one piece. The whole 48 feet is one piece. And then inside that is a lighting core. It's actually a polycarbonate cylinder at the center, and that's lined with a film made by 3M, which distributes the light. You have one source of light at the very base. It can be changed at street level. It shines all the way up. It hits a mirror, and the light is bounced back down. So there's no escape of light up into the sky. It just sort of keeps all the light within the column itself. So here you see it in the daytime, the view from East Broadway at that corner of Artsac. That idea of breaking the roof line, I think, which is quite critical. And the idea of expanding the diameter just gives it more presence as it's at the corner. A diagram of it here, this room, you can walk around it, look up into it. Here it is looking at it from the opposite corner on Artsac, looking back. And then a little bit of a diagram on the left-hand side, the light core rising up and then expanding at the top. So the top sort of culminates sort of a little brighter source of light. And the light, of course, can be programmed. I mean, it can be a constant, very quiet level of light as shown down here in the bottom, or it could be dialed up and have a little bit more dynamic or even color changing capability within it in the evening. Although we would like to keep the color changing to a fairly tight range of colors, not to get too crazy with color, but make it just very beautiful against the sky. And this is a project done quite a few years ago down in Memphis, Tennessee, which is really a row of much larger columns than this. They're illuminated, and they actually light a music venue to the left. But it just shows you sort of the scale of something like this, how it might be installed. Would come in one piece, basically already fabricated, installed on whatever footings necessary, which we would work with you on, collaborate on, and then the outer shroud piece would be installed locally on site. So one moment you need a crane for a few hours to install it, and then following that, a bucket lift of some sort that would take you up and be able to install the outer shroud around it. But it's really, if you've seen our work or looked at any of our work on our website, our work is all about movement. It's about people moving past the sculptures. The work actually changes from different vantage points as you look at it. And also as the sun moves overhead, the work changes quite dramatically relative to the quality of light that is being displayed and presented in the work. So it's a fairly singular piece, but I think it would have a very, very bold presence. And I think it supports a lot of the work locally there historically, and sort of gives it a new modern sort of feeling or a modern sensibility to announce this Glendale Arts District. So we're very happy with doing this. It'll be fabricated off-site, brought to site in pieces, probably fabricated in maybe down Long Beach with some people we've done fabrication with previously, and then installed locally there. Just some of the budget showing you, and then finally sort of a view of that might look at from ArtSac. So I think that's our 10 minutes presentation, which I hope is enough, and be very happy to answer any questions that you might have about the proposal.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bayar?
Thanks very much for that presentation. That's a very interesting piece, and it looks, thanks. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Tufenkian?
Beautiful piece. Thank you for the presentation. No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Vidor?
I don't understand, and thank you very much. Beautifully explained. And it certainly is singular and very monumental. And I wonder how you mentioned something about color, and color, I think, is significant. And does this, I'm not sure I understand how this changes, what the dynamics of how it looks and how it might change color at night. You mentioned something, I believe, but I don't understand that. Could you explain just a little bit?
Let me just go back to that little mock-up. Here, if you imagine the center core of the piece being the one of the sources of light, the shroud or this open piece, it's very open. You can look through this. That's actually one of the things we're quite concerned with, is that it doesn't feel heavy. It doesn't feel like it's a solid cylinder. It's open. As you look through it, you'll see this, center core from certain angles. But as you walk around it, the light from this source here will illuminate the back side, this surface right here. And that's what you're seeing happening on the photograph on the right. The back surface of what you see as silver is actually gold. And that color is being bounced onto these surfaces. So depending on sun angle, daytime, that gold color will actually sort of move around the column based on the angle of the sun and your angle relative to looking at the sculpture. And then in the evening, this central column, which is sort of illuminated by LEDs, generally white, let's say, or a warm white, could go to a color, and you'd have more color happening in it. So we're trying to have something that in the daytime performs in a way that is taking advantage of the obviously clear skies you have and the sun that's there. It's really animated by the quality of the sun and your movement around it seen against the sky. And then at night, it has a slightly different character where the artificial light comes on, but it also has the opportunity to slightly change intensity or change color. So so it has color in two different ways: sunlight driven and then artificially light driven. So I hope I explained that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Coming back to this image, it's open. I mean, you can look through this from certain angles. It's not a solid object. I mean, the core is quite solid, even though it's woven. It's woven stainless steel and structural. You can look through this, actually. You can see the core inside this standing next to it. And you see that light emanating through it. So it's actually a series of veils. There's an outer veil, that larger diameter veil, and then the inner veil, and then the source of light at the center of it. So it's a little bit mysterious, let's say, in terms of where the color and where the light comes from. And it's intended to do that. It's not intended to just be right in your face in terms of color. It has something you need to observe it and watch it and look at it more carefully.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Commissioner Vidor?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Zadorian?
Hi, thank you so much. I appreciate that thorough answer and that it really interacts with its surroundings, its environment, nature. I appreciate that. But what I'm trying to understand, and which I have been with a lot of the other pieces, is how does this, speak to the environment of the city, the culture, inclusivity, and diversity?
Well, I think that I guess the reason I work with light, my work is generally about light, and then and my take on working with light is that there are qualities of light in nature, the appreciation of natural context and the presence of nature in our urban life that we all appreciate and all sort of sense a collective connection to. That it doesn't necessarily need to be so overtly addressed to this idea of diversity, because within the diversity, there's our shared things, and this idea of appreciation of light and appreciation of nature's presence in an urban environment is really what we try to work with in my studio. It's something that we all have a collective moment of acknowledgement, of sharing.
That is a great answer, because I think the issue is, trying to be culturally and just sensitive while not being too outright in your face. So that was great. And that's exactly what I want to hear from a lot of pieces. So I appreciate that very much. And I thank you. It's a great piece. I think with a lot of these pieces, because it is a gateway, somehow we expect that it would be either overarching or it somehow incorporates both sides of the street. So I think it's not just your piece, of course, but having something that I guess juxtaposes or it's on the other side of the street, parallel to it, as you walk through. So why one-sided? Why one piece, the singularity? Is there a specific reason for that?
Well, to be honest with you, when we looked at the site and we looked at the expansion of the sidewalks along Artsac, I mean, we've worked with infrastructure projects in the past, and that there are always so many issues relative to visibility and pedestrian safety and signage and all these things that are required. We just felt that it might be asking too much of the budget to try to do something on both sides and perhaps not accomplish something quite as significant individually.
Okay.
And we felt that giving a bit of, let's say, sort of asymmetry to it, in some respects draws more attention to itself. And in a way, perhaps, perhaps a more gives it a chance to do something larger and a more significant marker.
Agreed. Okay, that is great. Thank you very much.
And these traffic signals, the traffic signals are, there are traffic signals because this is the smaller street. There's less requirement for traffic signaling here. It can be a smaller light source. But along Broadway, they're much more substantial. And that would be on this corner, this opposite corner. So anyway, we just in our mind, we thought it might be easier to address one corner.
Yes. Okay. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And just for your own information, it's Artsakh. If you can pronounce it, just so in the future, if we do work together, you'll be able to get it down.
I will get that down perfectly.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you.
Chairperson Yank.
Thank you so much, James, for your presentation and for all of the work you put into this. I thought you were very thorough, so I actually don't have any further questions, but I just want to thank you so much for your time in being here today.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, James. We appreciate you being here. If you have any additional questions, please reach out to the BAS projects. But in the interim, I'm going to transfer you back to the lobby and you can exit the meeting there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, I believe at this moment we can proceed with the discussion of the first piece, which was the overhead. Chairperson, shall I proceed? Would you like to proceed with the discussion? Yes. Yes, Mr. Grant.
Yes, Chair Yankin, Commissioners, were there any public comment? I'm sorry, I missed that. Anyone who's going to address this?
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Grant. No, there are no public comment callers at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Yang, shall I go in order again in regards to recommendations or thoughts for the overhead artwork?
Yeah, that would be great. And just as a reminder, we are looking for a primary recommendation to the City Council as well as an alternative. So I think it would be great to hear from the commissioners what their kind of top recommendations are out of the whole group, and we can kind of proceed from there.
Thank you for that reminder. Vice Chair Vire?
Okay, are we starting with the overhead first and then going to is that what I heard you say? I'm sorry, I kind of missed that.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. And just as a reminder, the artists were Jenny Sabin's studio, Ivan DePena's studio, Matthew Matsada, and Paul Coxedge. And this is for the overhead artwork.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Excuse me. I'm conflicted, but I really liked the Untitled Ivan DePena Studios Untitled piece because I felt like I've seen the schematics for the North Artsok construction renovation, and this I think is a good complement to it. I love all the color that he included, that's with the caveat that he would use his alternative plan for the trees. Do I have that right? This is the one with the trees, right? That he would put trunks, some kind of trunks on them and make it look like trees. Secondly, my second choice for that, I think would be Bountiful. I loved Bountiful. I really loved it. I almost felt like it could be a gateway piece or that it could be a piece. I didn't feel like it was provided as much coverage or filled the space as well as we were hoping for. But then again, the artist did say that it could be expanded. And that I would either like it as a gateway piece as presented or expanded to be the overhead. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Tufenkian?
Can I just make a quick point of clarification too?
Yes.
Just on the last comment. Just because of the process that we went through, I don't believe at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can like move the pieces around. Like they have to be in the category that they're in right now.
Okay, so you'd like a second choice? I was afraid you'd ask that.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that, like we can't make an overhead a gateway piece or vice versa.
Okay.
Own category.
Okay. I feel like we've done so much since we had those first presentations. I have to go back to my notes for that one.
I just make a note, Commissioner Vire, sorry to interrupt. One of the reasons we wanted to make sure that everybody saw all of the presentations, it would have been probably easier to go over the overhead to make a selection, but we thought because of the proximity, we thought it would be very important for you to be able to make decisions knowing what both installations opportunities there were. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I would stick with those two choices that I for the overhead.
Would it be preferable for me to just quickly go through the Exhibit A, just so that people are aware of the 4 pieces that we're in discussion right now? Is that beneficial to the commission?
I think it would be good to have them up.
Yes, please go ahead.
We can refer to them as we talk about the different ones.
Okay. So this is, I'm just going to run through these very quickly. Jenny Sabin Studio was this piece, the Agora Knit. With the hanging pieces to sit on. The Pena Studio was this lowered canopy piece. Bountiful is the tree. And the last piece for consideration is Breeze from Paul Coxedge Studio. So these are the 4 proposals that are in consideration. I'm sorry to interrupt, Vice Chair Beyer, if you had any additional comments.
No, the order, my preference remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tufenkian?
Gosh, it's a lot to take in. That's for sure. But I think my first choice for the canopies would definitely be Bountiful. I think that was very both beautiful and meaningful, and I think it spoke to the spacing of it and to Glendale. Option 2, gosh, that was a difficult one. I definitely appreciate the interactive aspect of, I think it was Jen's proposal, but I think I would have to also go with agree with Commissioner Bayar that De Pena Studios did an amazing job. So I think I would go with De Pena for my second choice.
Thank you. Commissioner Vidor?
Well, I think numbers 2 and 3, Ivan and Matthew's pieces, the louvered canopy and the tree are my 2 preferred. I absolutely am like in lockstep agreement with Commissioner Veyer's opinion, but obviously a change of category is out of the question. The way I would say that I liked Bountiful, but I really believe very strongly that it's beautiful, it's evocative, it speaks to the ArtSoc story, home, displacement, war, disenfranchisement. But I think a second tree would have to be or should be added to create more coverage and also to address the overall, the beautiful meaning of ArtSoc as it relates to the Armenian people is a story in and of itself. But there are many cultures in Glendale, and how can this story be extracted or extrapolated to the many different cultures in the city? And I would like to see at least 2 trees or a expansion of the theme that's on to cover the complete diversity of Glendale. So I like it, but I also really liked Ivan's piece because it is very with the trees, not without the trees. I think it has to have those trees. Because then there's something to interact with on the street, and we are distributing the load of that large piece, and it's very, very colorful. So I'm really torn as to which I would prefer. If I say bountiful, then it has to change. It has to be expanded. That's my condition. Otherwise, if that can't happen, then my first choice will be Ivan's piece. Is that, I really wiggled my way out of that one. So, you know, if that's, if that's like Arlene, that's not acceptable, you have to say which one you want. But I feel that there wasn't enough there to be an overhang for, and the cultural aspect should also be expanded a little bit to relate to the multiculturalism of the city. So that's where I stand.
I'll just chime in and make a note, just in past experience. You know, right now we're really at a concept stage. Typically from concept to real design, development, and engineering, these installations will all change, right? Because, you know, these artists were given site plans, but, you know, when we get into engineering, things often change slightly. And I would certainly say, and it sounded like from Matthew in the studio that, you know, if we had requests, if Bountiful ended up being the choice and we had, you know, the Arts and Culture Commission had requests to make certain edits and modifications, I would have to imagine that the studio, it certainly sounded like the studio is amenable to making those in the design development phase.
Is there going to be another review process for us after changes are made? Because I just don't feel, based on some of the questions that have come up, and yet we still have to hear from the rest of the commissioners, that, you know, like there needs to be, go back to them and then come back again. Is that possible?
I don't know if we can, you know, ask the multiple artists to go back and make edits and bring it back to a panel like this, but I certainly think our final selection, any of these are going to have to go to city planning and permitting, and, you know, they're going to have to go to building and safety for review, and we can certainly, and again, this would be up to, I think, probably Gary and Jennifer, and ultimately the Arts and Culture Commission. If we want to see a final design, I can imagine that not being a problem. Gary?
Yeah. Director Gary Schaefer, Library Arts and Culture. Of course, we would bring it back to the commission to look at again. I did unmute, though, to address my only concern with Matthew's, what he said, not with his proposal, was, oh, yes, we can add a tree, or that if we can borrow some money from some of the other funds, and we don't necessarily have additional monies to put against the project. So that would be my only concern there.
But I think just to interject, I think what we're trying to do here is to sign on to an artist's vision for the project, and understanding that everything that has presented to us will probably change from any of the artists, right? There's going to be differences once the design review process is through. So it's just, who do we feel strongly enough about their vision for the piece that we feel like we want to pass them forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Zadorian, yes?
Yes. So I'm going to completely agree with Commissioner Vidor. So my issues were, and I'm pretty sure it was apparent as we went through questions. I think that there's an issue with several of the pieces being colorblind, you know, in quotes, colorblind to the fabric of what makes this community Glendale and its uniqueness, because a lot of the works could have existed anywhere. You know, they could have been from Portland, Miami, downtown LA. Nothing about it really said or spoke to Glendale, or more specifically to the Armenian experience, which Commissioner Vidor completely encompassed, that this is a very multi-layered name and city, especially Artsakh. There's a very deep story and rich history that needs to be, shown through these pieces. And I thought that was explicitly stated in the RFQ. And I'm not sure what exactly happened because, Bountiful really got that message. However, a few of them didn't. So I don't know if it's that the artists misunderstood or it was a message that was ignored. So I'm not sure what the exact issue was there. However, Bountiful did get that. However, that doesn't automatically make them the only option. Obviously, Bountiful is my number one at the moment, so I will go ahead and agree with that. My second would be, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, but the one that everybody has also agreed with, the second option with the overlay with the colors. So that's been an issue for me, and it's not only a concern for me, but I've actually spoken to 2 council members who have had the same concerns. I understand that we are signing on to the vision of an artist right now and today, but the problem is we're here as the liaison between the community and the council as arts representatives to the council. And I don't want to send anything to council if it's not ready, if it's not clean, it's not ready to go for them to look at, approve, vote, and for design review, I assume is also going to overlook this. So I think we really need to take our time. I don't want to rush the process because we want to get it done. I think it's something we're spending a lot of money on. It's a big decision, and it's something that's really a permanent piece for Glendale. And I don't want to rush the process. I want to perfect it. Of course, from one of the studios, Bountiful did say that they are flexible. I don't want to assume that every artist or studio is flexible, that they're willing to change their complete vision. So that's another issue, is talking to them and saying, are you willing to meet some of the prerequisites that we have as a commission? Because if it's going to council, I already know that it's not going to be, not that it won't pass because I've only spoken to 2, but there are concerns and there are issues, and I don't want them to have issues. They have enough on their plate. We are supposed to be doing our job, so I think we should do that here. I don't think we should send it or vote on it to move forward yet. I think it should be reviewed. Some things should be touched up, and then when we are ready and it's time, then we can move forward. So I hope my fellow commissioners agree with me. I hope Chair Yank, you agree with me, and we can do that here today. All of us choose our first and second option, give a lot of, what we said today and things that we want to see, because I really think that it should be much more unique to the Glendale experience, to the Armenian experience, and honestly, to the entire experience of all the cultures in Glendale, because this is a very multicultural city. We're very unique in that way that we're the 3rd largest city in Los Angeles County. We have an array of people, and I think that should be really represented. So I don't want to rush the process. That is my opinion. So my first choice is Bountiful. My second choice, of course, with the changes we recommended, and the second choice would be the colorful overlay, the second one that was discussed. And that is all I had for today. And I hope my fellow commissioners agree with me.
Hey, Commissioner Zadorian, I just want to make one point of clarification.
Yes.
While we did stress that cultural significance was important, to the community, we did not. These artists were not given specific instruction that the artworks had to have a component connecting to the Armenian community. So our number one goals that we gave them were to really deliver a landmark visual that connected both physically and visually for the community. It was not, nothing was specified about necessarily focusing specifically on the Armenian community.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vidor, I saw you, and then Director.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify what I said before, because I do think that, yes, it's possible that a piece could speak directly to our cultural diversity. And I take what Bo said, that's really what the guiding principle is. It doesn't have to, but if it does, as the Tree Bountiful piece does, I think that whatever we do needs to speak to the multiculturalism of Glendale. And we need to address many different cultures. And of course, the Artsakh Armenian experience here is evocative of something that, all cultures or many cultures go through. So I wasn't saying it should be specifically Armenian culture. I think it should address multiculturalism in general, if it's going to do that. But obviously, it may not address culture. So I just wanted to be clear on what I meant when I said that. And because of what Gary Schaefer said about the cost issues and not being able to expand that project, I would have to put. I wanted to be clear that I would put the other one first, because if we can't expand the meaning of that tree project, then I would default to Ivan's project as my first choice.
Director Schaefer.
Okay. May I say something? I feel like Matthew's piece, it might be rooted in Artsakh and Armenian culture, but honestly, trees and nature is universal and important to all natures, all cultures, and all humanity. So I think that's very all-encompassing and all, inclusive.
Exactly.
All right, I'm going to go to Director Schaefer, and then I have not made my comments yet.
Okay. I just wanted to point out, as far as the process goes, we do need to choose an artist, one, because, right, they're going to be contracted with, which City Council will need to do because of the cost level of this process. So they are looking to this group to make a recommendation. And then at that point, when that one artist is hired for this project and either one or the same for the other project, then at that point, we start the process of flushing it out, going through, planning design, working with the different partners, coming back and sharing with you what the progress is going along with. The chair, by nature of being on this committee, is continuously involved. And then, so that's really the process. We're not going back. And I don't think anyone is implying that we go back to all 4 artists and ask them to brush, take things out a little bit more. But I just wanted to clarify how the process is set up. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, before we move on, I just had a concern that I didn't get to state. I know that we've discussed, and this isn't even about the art piece specifically, but diversity and inclusivity. It's an overarching theme that we've had in the last 2 years that we as a commission, decided together that we wanted to make of the utmost importance, a central theme to what we do. And I think that an issue that I found is that, in choosing these artists and the studios that we've spoken to, and I can't assume this is how it looks. This is how it looks. I can't assume it's the truth, but I didn't see any people of color studios. I didn't see any Black-owned studios. That's not something that I can obviously, I'm just speaking to one person from the studio, but I think that we had discussed, being much more inclusive in that way and getting these perspectives. And I don't think it should only be when it's a Black event, when it's a Black American event or it's specific to the culture. It should be an overarching thing that we carry on regarding diversity and inclusivity and including different voices in our process. So I want to make that known. Obviously, we're at a stage where I don't know if those were options, if they just didn't meet the requirements we had. So I would love to hear from the panel that chose the artists, I guess, how they were decided, or was that a option?
Commissioner Yang, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but I can just make one note is Commissioner Zadorian, we certainly, as part of all the panel, that was something we were all really looking for. I think in particular with these 2 largest opportunities, we were really trying to select the most qualified among the pool that we had. And certainly I think, with the scale of the budget and the scale of these projects, we do have some artists of color, we do have a woman involved. That was definitely a part of our search process. But at the end of the day, we ended up selecting the artists that we felt had the best qualifications and body of work. But certainly that was something, a diverse artist list was what we were looking for, but we were also, we were sort of confined by artists that had applied for this project.
Yeah, Savannah, just to address that, to echo what Bo said, we weighed it extremely heavily in our going through the hundreds of applications that we went through. Each of these opportunities are $500,000 or over. And so we really had to choose artist studios who we knew could manage a budget like that and deliver on it. And so this was, I feel very confident in the choices that we made, and in the outreach that Jennifer did, to try to get folks to apply from a really diverse group of people. And we really carefully thought about those diversity and inclusion, pieces as part of this. But thank you for bringing that up, because, I agree that it's incredibly important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to my comments, I really felt that at least 3 of the 4 artists were directly, addressing culture and cultural diversity. They were doing it in different ways, and they each had a different take on how to do that. There was, the first artist, Jenny Sabin, I felt like was really doing it through an interactivity and social cohesion lens. So she was not going to call out the different languages spoken, or, have it be symbolized in colors, or, I just feel like we have to really be expansive if we are going to be an arts and cultural destination about the ways that different contemporary artists address these ideas. And it's not pat, and it's not, the way that everybody is going to be the first thing that you think of necessarily. I'm not saying that anybody's suggesting that, but I really do believe that at least 3 of the 4 proposals did try to address that section of the RFP. And they just had different opinions of how that would be most effective. So we saw the extremely interactive version, which was designed literally to bring different people together, right? It didn't speak so much to the history, but to the present and to the future, and to how we bring our diverse communities in a space. And, and then there was the Matthew Mazzota piece, which did dig into the history, and then Ivan's piece to me felt the most kind of symbolic in terms of bringing together colors and symbolism. So, they are doing it. They're doing it with different perspectives and different ways of doing it. And so that I just wanted to push back a little bit on that thought, but, very much respect everyone's opinions on each of these proposals. And I feel like, to me, Matthew Mazzota's piece just felt more memorable than the Ivan Tepenya. That piece felt to me like, it slips through my mind, but the Matthew Mazzota piece, just because of the materials and the kinetic nature of it and the way that it would move in the wind, and there's just something very memorable about it. And so I would place that one higher in my estimation. Given that the artists did seem very amenable to shifting the idea or expanding the canopy, I think we could say we really want to see an expanded canopy and what that would look like within the budget that we gave you, and that could be, something that we could go back to that artist with. I think, Tepenya could be a good second alternative for me. I would actually go towards Jenny Sabin. But it seemed like there were a lot more kind of concerns with that piece, which I understand. And if my other commissioners are not as enthusiastic about that piece, I'm happy to go with Tepenya as an alternative. But I would advocate for looking at Bountiful as kind of the number one. I don't know if there's any kind of responses to that idea, or if folks feel like we are ready to move, but I want to, make sure we have as much discussion as we need on that, if anybody wants to push back.
Chair Yank, I think it's important to remember the budget piece on the Bountiful. And that's a caveat that I think will be really important. And I loved Jenny's piece, and I thought there was a lot of reference to bringing together the cultures in the entwining, and it's even in the title of her piece, the knitting together of all the residents of Glendale. But I was just afraid of a couple of things, the liability with the swings out there and just so I loved it. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was a great concept. But so anyway, that's it.
I'd like to second that. The reason I didn't rank it is because it seemed very complex, but your comments, Commissioner Yank, Chair Yank, are, I think, very appropriate for us to keep in mind as we go through this process, that there are different ways to look at and study and celebrate diversity. And, I hope that if this one bountiful prevails, that it can, there's a little bit of wiggle room to expand it, and to, if there are going to be direct cultural references in the piece of art, that there's a multiplicity of them. And it sounds like he's very amenable to working cooperatively with the community and the ArtSoc designers. So that's a good thing. Thank you for your comments.
I'm wondering, Jennifer, if it makes sense for us to kind of, I feel like we have a good sense of where folks are, to maybe table and talk about Gateway, because I do feel like these are interrelated because they're going to be so close together. And so whatever the kind of, if we feel like we're being drawn towards a certain Gateway piece, that might illuminate which overhead would make the most sense as well. So I don't know if my fellow commissioners feel about that, but that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. To sort of table, we're looking at a couple of strong choices for the overhead, but maybe we can talk about Gateway, get comments, and then see if one kind of rises above the other.
I'm seeing head nodding. I believe we can do that. Mr. Grant, is that possible? I believe we can have a full discussion and then make the two motions at the very end.
Correct.
Okay, great. Well, let's table overhead for right now, and then let's get some comments on Gateway.
Vice Chair Vire, in the interim, I'm going to pull up Exhibit B, which is for the Gateway.
Okay.
If you guys don't mind me chiming in really quickly, I think that was a really great discussion on the overheads. Working on sort of, placemaking focused landmark artwork. I thought all four of the overheads were really strong, but without really sort of like picking one from our perspective, thinking about the real impact on ArtSoc, on the boulevard, with the public, thinking about the installations that actually can be touched and physically engaged with, I think is something really important to consider. Some of them are very active directly with the community. And if you think about the most successful public art installations that, that probably come to mind, they're usually works that the public can, directly physically engage with, versus something that's just sort of out of reach. Just something to think about as you're making considerations. Our goal and what we asked the artists for on both of these projects were to create landmark visuals that engaged with the public as much as possible, both visually and physically. I think you should, something to really think about.
Thank you for that, Bill.
Do you mind if I ask one question about the location? This is Commissioner Zadorian. I just want to ask, I don't know if maybe Bo will know this better or Jennifer, but was there a reason why we chose that section of ArtSoc Promenade and not the one that's completely blocked off with an only pedestrian area? And I think I remember something about the studio that was hired for that renovation working on something. So I'm just trying to remember, is that why we chose the area in front of the parking lot?
That's a great question, and that's absolutely. So we worked within Studio 111's sort of street plan, and the north side of ArtSoc already has the closed off area and the shops and restaurants.
And I think one of the goals for Studio 111 and them working with the city is to actually create some activity on the southern area section. So I think the intent was to engage and activate as much of the 2-block long stretch as possible. And so that was the area that they had outlined as an opportunity for overhead artwork. And so that's why we sort of selected that location for the artists.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. Thank you.
Right.
So-
Well, yeah, go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. I have the 4 additional proposals for the landmark for the the gateway. So this is Curtain by Paul Cox at Studio. And next up we had Vortex from Future Forms. Next was The Clip by Christian Muller. And the last was Sky Lantern by James Carpenter. For context. Vice Chair Weyer, do you have any thoughts?
I'd like to put all of them somewhere because I thought they were all fantastic. As a as a gateway piece to ArtSoc, I have to say I love Curtain just because of the image of walking through a curtain and just the welcoming sort of pull through the entryway of it. Although I realize that you don't have to have an arch to walk through, like the Gateway Arch or something in St. Louis. But so I think Curtain would be my favorite for this. Although, as I said, I'd like any of them. Secondly, Vortex, the interactive components with the different textures and then also the way it looks. What do they call it? The different reads from where, depending on where one is coming from, would be my second choice. So,
thank you, Commissioner Tufenkian.
Yes. So I would have to agree with Commissioner Bayar. I think Curtain is beautiful. It's very graceful, and I see what they're doing with the gateway and the canopy working together, and I think that would be a beautiful continuation. However, I wasn't too crazy about their the canopy. I felt that was something that's been seen, and I felt maybe Bountiful would be better. And honestly, I think Bountiful and Curtain would work together. Both of them are nature oriented, and I think it would be, and have a kinetic, even though Curtain is not static, there still is a kinetic feel to it. It feels like there's movement going on there. My second option would be definitely Christian Muller. I felt his work is absolutely stunning, very strong statement piece. Yes, it does not make a statement about Glendale or our cultural diversity or anything, but as an art piece, I think it's the strongest piece. So if it's not there as a gateway, I would love to see it somewhere else in the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Vidor?
Yes, Curtain, I right at this moment, I'm undecided, so I'm going to have to think out loud a little bit. For me, Curtain obviously is the most blatantly gateway welcoming piece, that it goes over the entrance. However, are we going to be able to afford making this piece more colorful by engraving wording in it? These are 4-inch wide strips. I don't know how you're going to get visible, readable poetry. I mean, obviously it has to be high so that things can get under it. And the engraving seems like it would be cost prohibitive. Filling the engraving in with colored ink or color would be very expensive. And, you know, the concept of the wind is quite beautiful. But, you know, it's a very utilitarian piece the way it was presented. It doesn't, to me personally, it looked kind of cold. And so I struggled with that. I definitely go right to paperclip. For me, that's again, the other three pieces read as standalone sculptures, Nat is gateways. To me, in any respect, because they're so vertical and they're on one side of the street, but that one really spoke to me. So I would say that's my first choice. Vortex, although it's quite beautiful, and it would be nice if it was immersive and somebody could walk inside of it and look up through it. It had a very reptilian feel to me. The scales, you know, I love reptiles and pangolins and things, so I'm always looking at pictures of scaly animals, and it read to me as an homage to that type of an animal, and you know, which is fine, but, you know, I wasn't sure that was exactly what we wanted to do. So those three were my favorites, so I'll go with paperclip first and curtains second.
Thank you. Commissioner Zadorian?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and choose curtains, and I don't have a second option. That is the one that I'm choosing. I'm going to make it simple, and that's all. And I do agree with the engravings, if possible. I think it'd be beautiful to have poetry inscripted into the piece. That's very subtle, but very beautiful, and I think it'll look amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Yank?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow commissioners and having, you know, curtain be one of the top two. It would be my top. I just think it is extremely memorable. You know, it also checks the box of looking like a gateway, you know, and I think and they offered the option of the poetry. So if they couldn't do it within budget, I don't think they would have offered it. You know, exactly what that ends up looking like. I'm not as married to color as you are, Arlene. I actually really like the way that they presented it in the neutral color, but you know, we could see what options they come up with through the design process, and they seem like an extremely experienced studio, so that they would really be able to like come up with some interesting options. So I'll kind of trust that they could do that, especially since they put it in their presentation, which I don't think they would have done otherwise. And then I agree with paperclip. I mean, I think Christian's answer about the piece being iconic in and of itself, like that, out of all of the pieces, that one will do that. You know, it sort of becomes its own thing that becomes associated with Glendale. You know, like you think of the bean in Chicago, it's like, it's a bean. That doesn't really relate to Chicago in any particular way, but it becomes iconic, right? It becomes like, you know, it'll be like the Glendale paperclip, you know. So I can kind of see that happening. So that, but you know, curtain just edges a little bit higher because it just feels so welcoming and memorable to me in that kind of big way. That's sort of where I'm landing right now, but I honestly would be happy with either of them to move forward.
Thank you. It appears as though there's a consensus, at least for the gateway. There were a few changes first versus second, but it appears that the commission is in consensus about Paul Coxedge. So should we put that as the first recommendation? And the second recommendation, it appears, is Christian Muller as the secondary recommendation. So we can include that in the motion. I can read the motion now, and then if a commissioner can move it. But the Arts and Culture Commission recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager and a designee to enter into an agreement for commission of artwork with the artist team listed below to design, fabricate, and install a public art piece for the Artstock Avenue Gateway artwork in an amount not to exceed $550,000. First recommendation would be Paul Coxhead Studio for the artwork entitled Curtain. Alternate recommendation would be Christian Muller for the artwork entitled Clip.
Can we say so moved, or do we have, can we?
Yes,
we
you
read
can.
it?
You can move it, so we will have you on record as moving it, Vice Chair Meyer.
I'll second.
Thank you. I will do roll call. Commissioners Tufenkian,
Yes.
Vidor,
Yes.
Zadorian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Vyar,
Yes.
Chairperson Yink.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, so let's return to the question of the overhead. So if we imagine Curtin as our gateway project, then I think, you know, we can think about, for any of the commissioners, I would just love to hear if one of those is rising to the top, you know, for you, knowing that that would be the gateway, or if, you know, if there is another consideration, or if your opinion remains basically the same. So maybe we can start in with Vice Chair Vyar.
I think that I stick with Ivan's opinion. I think that that would be a really nice flow into his overhead. So he would still be my first choice.
And I would stick to Bountiful. I think the tree, the wood hanging pieces would have a beautiful fluttering, which would kind of take off from the curtain, the wind flowing through. So I think that's a beautiful piece and it would work together.
Commissioner Vidor?
Well, I would have to, I think, go with Ivan. I'll stick with Ivan because I think we would have to expand the tree to make it really an overhang. It's more like a gateway piece or a sculptural piece, the way it looked to me. So I will, that's my vote. Ivan first, Matthew second.
Commissioner Zadorian?
I'm going to go ahead and stick to Bountiful, mainly because even Ivan's piece is on one side of the street, and therefore it doesn't actually overlay to the other side. And therefore I stick to Bountiful. I'll keep Ivan as a second, although I don't really care to have a second option. I'm dead for Bountiful. Thank you.
Yes, and I we're split. But I think that I have to go with Bountiful. And my reasons are that, you know, we're looking for something really memorable and really stand out. And we are looking for artwork. You know, it was an overhead, you know, it was structured as an overhead sort of canopy, but we could just hire an architectural firm to come in and do like an overhead canopy. I mean, I agree. Ivan's piece is beautiful, but Matthew's really does feel like a signature artwork. I take those, you know, his comment earlier about people being able to interact with the piece, you know, very strongly. And, you know, that's why Jenny Sabin's piece was sort of rising to the top for me as well, just because I feel like that interaction is so important. And the fact that people would be able to sit on the tree branches, you know, they would be able to swing on the swing, like they will form a social and emotional connection to that tree that I don't know that they would form with the canopy, as beautiful as it is. You know, it's really a destination piece where it's like, let's meet at the tree. You know, I can see that happening. So for me, that just really makes Bountiful a stronger public art piece for me. So I would like to put that one forward as the number one with Ivan's piece as the alternative, if Commissioner Vidor and Vice Chair Vyar would be okay with that.
Yes. It was so close. Yes.
We feel ready to move, or are there any other last comments? Anybody else want to, put a stake in the ground? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to make a comment that doesn't have to do with either of the two pieces, which are both gorgeous. And that is, I just don't, and both I and Commissioner Zadorian brought this up. I don't understand the rationale of trying to activate the frontage of a parking lot and a big box store when all of the action and activity is expected to be on the closed part of ArtSoc. And I was surprised by the decision of Studio 111 to make that parking lot home goods space the center of artistic attention. I thought, that the activation, right now there's not that much activity on the closed part of ArtSoc, and that will be a challenge, and that this would have really synergized creating activity in the closed plaza area. So I was just taken aback by that decision on their part. The art is all great, and I think we've made lovely choices. I would have put everything somewhere else. So.
I second that, Commissioner Vidor. I second that.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bo, but the ground sculpture, is that meant to be up in the further towards the closed part, the pedestrian?
Currently, as part of the street plan, is that there's smaller ground sculpture will be sort of diagonally up from the parking garage as well.
Okay.
So it appears we've reached a consensus for this motion. I will read it, and then we can.
Well, before we read the motion, I had a question. I thought we had discussed, I believe Chair Yank brought it up as well, reviewing it after the changes have been made before we move it forward. And I had asked the same question. I was wondering if my fellow commissioners agreed with me. So how does this work? Because I would like to see the changes made. If the second tree can be possible, like, are we still trying to do that before we move it forward?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner Zadorian. Maybe either Jennifer, Gary, or Bo could address what are the next steps in the process. So if we decide on an artist to recommend, can we then give that artist some feedback from this meeting to revise their proposal before it gets sent on to council? I think that's a key question.
Yeah, so typically at this stage, and the goal of this step of the process is to select an artist that everybody feels very comfortable moving forward with the expectation that, and Commissioner Zadorian, the request for edits, that's very normal as part of a process like this, especially for a project of this scale. Typically, when an artist starts working on that, it's going to start taking significant sort of labor hours, because at this stage they're going to start thinking about engineering and what's really physically possible. They'll start working with the city and planning and understanding where they can connect points. So there'll definitely be a revised design. And I think what our goal would be is to have an artist selected, put them under contract so they can start budgeting hours against further design, and then depending on if it's the council's preference, then we bring a revised design back to commission before going to council. But certainly feedback from here, we can set up another meeting with the selected artist to speak individually with each of the commissioners and get feedback.
So does this not go to design review board?
It does not.
Go ahead, Dr. Schaefer, sorry.
Oh, my apologies. It does not go to design review board, but we will be working closely with planning as well as public works, because this has to be, put in there. And we'll also be working closely with Studio 111. So, as both Chair Yank and as Bo have said, it's a very iterative process, but the artist is expected to dedicate a lot of hours towards it. They were just given a small stipend to do the work they've done so far. So we really need to place the artist under contract, which has to be approved by City Council. But we're also fine to share with them that this is a preliminary design, but that you know, there are going to be changes to it. And if council wishes, we can even bring it back to council to show them, you know, as it, you know, becomes more iterative. I think that will also happen just as part of the Studio 111 process, because, right, there's going to be different things happening there as well. So I think we're fine to, you know, it seems to me commission is feeling pretty strongly that they want to move forward with Bountiful as the lead. And so it would make sense to me that we put them under contract, leaving Oscar de Pena and his de Pena Studios as an alternative in case anything comes up where Matthew simply cannot, you know, doesn't want to take the commission for some strange reason, something comes up. So that would be my suggestion, is that we move forward with your choices, and that will have to go to council. This is the artist we want to work with.
Okay, then I can go. I'm sorry, Jennifer, you were going to read the motion.
Sure, I can read the motion. The commission hereby recommends that City Council authorize the city manager or designee to enter into an agreement with Commission of Artwork for the artist team listed below to design, fabricate, and install a public art piece for the Artsakh Avenue overhead artwork in an amount not to exceed $500,000. First recommendation, Matthew Mazzata Studio for the artwork entitled Bountiful. Alternate recommendation, Ivan de Pena for the Louvre canopy.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'll call roll call. Commissioner Tufenkian? Commissioner Tufenkian?
Sorry. Yes.
Vidor?
Yes.
Zadorian?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bayar?
Yes.
Chairperson Yink?
Yes.
Thank you. We are at the agenda item 3, which is adjournment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all. You know, great work and, you know, great job.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.